Okay, folks, welcome back. The wee early edition here. So, combination of factors really messed up my sleep schedule last night. Having too much coffee early throughout the day, and having one at having one about 7 p.m. and the time change, and going to bed early because I ended up going to bed like 10, which is really like 9 o'clock now. And I mean, on and off and get up and just had really disturbed night's sleep. So, like, I'm not going to try to go to sleep again. And this is my old 5:30. I still got up at my normal 5 o'clock, which is now the new 4 o'clock. Anyhow, I'm like, after this, let's get something done. So here we are with Shift Burn. And we will continue working on that. And the first thing I need to do is I need to color match this laser. I want the body of the laser to be the same color as the car. And I want the wing, and there's some things here that we want to touch up and make it all kind of come together. So in order to do that, we need to try to get as close as we can to that color. And this is the reason that you have so many color paints. Marcus, the hell you're doing up? Good morning. My body told me 5 a.m. time to get up. It's hobby time. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna have a hard time going. I'm gonna need a nap today, and it's gonna mess up my sleep schedule again. But I'm not worried about now. Right now it's a weekend. I can do whatever the hell I want. So we're gonna start with this color right here, which is Vallejo Emerald. Okay, that's not even close to the same. Hear me out. Gonna need some black, and we're gonna need some metallic filler. I like going with the middle one. Ironbreaker. And between these three, we'll be able to get close enough. Yeah, I went to sleep too early. I had way too much caffeine yesterday. I didn't have so much caffeine that I felt it, but I was like animated. So right now we're just having some dirty water. It's got some leftovers of coffee in it, but that's about it. Yeah, some of these colors, I'm using, I think it was you that mentioned, like, I'm using all kinds of colors I've never used before. It's true. It's true, and they're not ugly. They're not ugly colors either. It's like, another one of them shit browns. Nope. Not one of them shit browns. No, not this time. Not this time, pal. Yeah, I went into that toy store yesterday, and I mean, people can do whatever the hell they want with their life, but I find it really strange that people just, what's your hobby? Buying shit. That's not a hobby. That's a problem. Well, like I can talk, but that's damn near close. Wow, that's damn near close. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put this on all the areas that I want, which is kind of the darker version of this, and then we're going to add a little bit of the metallic and bring it up, and we should be spot on. I did mention that my vibrant colors don't get much use. Yeah. Well, I used to have all the Vallejo colors, but they added more. And the only reason I got them is because it was just investing back into the hobby. I sold all my 1/2400 scale ships and BattleTech miniatures and things that I didn't get a ton of money for them, but I'm like, I don't have any. I'm never going to use these again. And if I had them and not sold them, I wouldn't have used them since. So it definitely was not something I regretted getting rid of. And I just put that back into the hobby. I figured it didn't cost me anything. I had just discovered that Vallejo was the first one that had the eyedropper, and I liked that. So it was new at the time. Lots of other companies have followed suit since then. But I think it was the right call. I mean, I don't need this many colors. It's just a starting point. Like, all right, we want to make this. Let's start with this that's kind of close. Instead of, okay, let's get red and yellow and blue together and make. I don't need a color wheel. I have this, you know? I've never bought a color wheel. I don't think they're that useful. They're not useful for me. Not with this setup. And this emerald, it's probably over 20 years old. I know it's over 20 years old. That paint. And unless I lose it, I don't think I'll have to buy another one. Not exactly going through it that fast. The Earthman out on a walk. Out on a walk. Good morning or good afternoon. Nope, caught you guys in the morning. For once. All right, we got a door frame here that we need to paint. That we'd like to paint. Man, heads are making heads or tails out of what the heck this is. I think I'm gonna paint the frame like this. Anyways, the game yesterday was like epic. But it's almost, I don't know, for this game you almost need like a freaking film crew because so much activity moves, you know? Still working through some of your old enamel paints. I use some of your Soviet FEs currently working on. Man, that paint thinner stinks, yeah. You get really used to not using anything that has any smell to it. And then you go to something like that and you're like, man, is my health being compromised? It's just not something you normally think about. The only enamel colors that I had was a black, because I did for a while. I actually paint the base color, or I primed in black enamel because it works great. I mean, other than it's slightly shiny, and it takes a while to dry, and it's goopy. It's great, other than the fact that it sucks. So I had that one, and I did away with it. It just kind of died on their own. Those Model Master colors just kind of killed themselves. And part of it is is the design of the top of the lid. You've got that crimped metal lid that has that the little cardboard cover that just never seals right. It never seals right. And it makes a mess and. But those are the best enamel paints I've ever had. What always gets me is you get all these people that are like, and I understand, it's the whole flames of war mentality. Like, okay, we've built everything. Now what do we do? Let's destroy it so people have to rebuy shit, right? Or in the paint thing, like, hey, we need to come up with a new formulation of paint. Like, oh no, 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 it's not good enough to do this. Now you got to buy the atom paints. I'm like, okay, I'm not here to keep corporations in business, right? I'm happy with what I have, and I need to use the stuff that I've invested money in doing, not like constantly keep buying shit, you know? But keeping up with the Joneses crap, like, even if I was made of money, I wouldn't do that. Like, where would I store all that stuff, Because Good morning from the land of Vikings and Lego. There you go. Have one of those cookies in the tin. No, no Danish cars today. No Danish cars. We have a little bit of this disgusting yellow showing. And it's not that yellow is disgusting, it's that this yellow is disgusting. You guys aren't really known as the land of Vikings. And the only reason I'm saying that is because, you kind of the southern tip of that. You know? I know, Danemark. I get it, but, here in the United States, people go, "Where are Vikings from?" Norway. First, I mean, nobody would even hesitate. Like Norway gets them all, even though there was plenty in Sweden and Finland, etc. So at least you're not like someplace from like the Faroe Islands. People are like, "Where are you from?" The Faroe Islands. Be like, "The fuck is that?" I mean, I know where it is, but I'm a map nerd. Okay, I don't know what I'm going to do with the wing back here. Well, you know what? This needs to be painted. This needs to be painted this color. Kind of make it. These vehicles have some great detail on them. That all you got to do is just give it some respect. And this $1 toy is, pretty awesome. It's really pretty awesome, and that goes for pretty much all of them. I think I'm ready to glue this thing together. I don't need to get to anything inside. So let's go ahead and do that. This is a bit of a tight fit on this one. I think I may have already done that on this. It doesn't need to be glued anymore, that's for sure. All right, we're going to glue these wheels shut. And what I'm doing for the wheels seems to be working really well, which is pull it out a little bit. Put a little splooge there. Do the same thing on the other side. That'll pull this one on it. Little squirt. Push them together. Same thing over here. You're playing games with adults when you go over somewhere and you play a game like this and people complain that the wheels turn. Then out there go, woo! They're like, "Man, you need to glue your wheels shut." I said, "Man, I did, but they move on you." Like, they don't want the wheels to move. They want the car. They want to move the car there and it stay in place. I get it. That's how you're playing with adults. All right, let's fire up Glugona. That's what I'm going to call you. You're Glugona now. Gorilla Glugona. Delirious from freaking 3 hours of sleep or 2 3/4 or whatever the hell it was. But I know, I go to the store and you got these adults, people older than me. They're just buying all these cars and all they're doing is collecting them. I'm like, you do whatever you want, but that's not the way I operate. I don't collect shit. I certainly don't collect shit and not open it. Like, no. Legos come from Walmart, unfortunately. You guys have Walmart over there? Oh, no, you're. I'm sorry, I thought you were somebody else. Man, you're up early too. Yeah, you got Danishes. They're not called Danishes here. Oh, they're just called bread. Man, I love Danishes. I could do without ever eating another donut. Danishes are awesome. A good Danish is. I love what's that stuff called? I love it so much I don't know what it's called. Um, Cream cheese. I love cream cheese. So anything that's like sweetened cream cheese, I'm like, oh, so to speak. The colonies. Oh man, you guys are the original pirates. Another sign you're playing with adults is when you go to an event with 20 others, and one day into the event, you emptied 4 kegs of beer, 5 bottles of whiskey, and several cans of beer. I couldn't tell you the last time I had a drink. And it's not like I'm trying to quit. I mean, I don't drink enough to quit. People go, man, I gotta lose weight. I'm gonna stop. I stopped drinking. I'm like, what? It make no difference for me. You know, I don't. I rarely drink, and I don't have anything against it. I'm very pro drink. Trust me, it's in our culture. I just don't ever have a reason to. You know, I mean, I need to drink at work, and I'm not allowed, so I don't need to drink at home. I usually have one at Halloween when the kids come up. Didn't have one last night, or night before last. Went the game with Mitch. Nobody had a drink. That's weird. That was weird that Luke didn't have a drink. Sorry, Luke, if you're listening, but you drink all the time. Um, he doesn't listen, but he'll come over like and have a 6 pack and drink the whole 6 pack himself. I'm like, okay, dude. I mean, if I was gonna drink, that's when I would drink. It would be in the morning, not at the end of the evening where I'm trying to process it and have a huge headache when I go to bed. But I'm not opposed to it. I just never do. I honestly forget, you know? I mean, this is my happy place. So I don't need like a sedative, you know? Yeah. Work is not my happy place. I need a sedative. Usually wake up around 4 a.m., but today woke up at 3. I know we're all fucked up by it. Yep. Yeah, it's only 1 hour, but man, it's thrown us, and I want to sleep early, and a litany of issues. But let's make something good happen. Now, I have a lot of work to do today because I don't know whether I'm going to get it done, but I'm going to take all my books, all my ancients books, and we're going to throw them away. No, we're not going to throw them. We don't throw books away. That's evil. We have all these bins over here that we're going to empty this side of the closet out that has all the ancients and Osprey books and things like that, and we're going to put them in the garage. That's going to clear space to put. That's going to be Gaslandia over there, at least for now. Yeah, and with any luck, as soon as I put everything in there, I'll be like, I'm done with this. Let me go back to doing something else. But I don't think I'm going to be doing any ancients anytime soon. Sorry, folks. I just can't do it all. So. And honestly, I think this appeals to more people. Well, I'm not doing it for everybody else. I'm doing it because it makes for a better game. We had an epic game yesterday. That was really pretty cool. So, Danishes are actually called Vienna bread. In Danish, it's arrived in Denmark. The Austrian bakers brought in their bakers to strike 17th century. It might have been 18th century. It's only evil if you make bonfires out of the books. I don't like to destroy things that are in good shape. I just, one of the things, and I've talked about this before, you probably haven't heard me say this. I have a soft spot for stuffed animals. What do you mean? No, I don't have any, but like ones that I've gotten from my daughter. I have a feeling it stems from losing my mom as a kid. Like, I don't remember my real mom. I mean, she passed away when I was 4. I don't remember anything about her. It's really weird. But growing up, I always had an attachment with, when I was like 6, 7, 8, maybe 8. I don't think more than 8. Had a stuffed animal, a little sheep. And so I have a soft spot for stuffed animals. So I don't like seeing people destroying stuffed animals or throwing them in the garbage, or I have a problem with that. Like it makes me sad inside because this could be some kid's therapy, it's comfort, So I don't like. I saw a video recently where it was garbage men. It was I'm sorry, sanitation engineers. Well, they don't have an engineering degree. They're only sanitation engineers if they come from India. No, they had picked up a stuffed animal from the garbage. Somebody had thrown it away, and they put it on their garbage truck, kind of like a trophy. I don't know, like they were collecting heads or something, and they just, it was like, it just made me sad that somebody threw that away. Books. Um, there's some books I wouldn't mind seeing in a garbage can, but none of the ones I have. um, Stuff like that. Clothes that are in good shape. You don't throw away clothes that are in good shape. You donate them to somebody who needs them. You know. Um, I don't want to wear this anymore. You don't throw clothes in the garbage can. You know. Just some stuff that See, even I can be soft-hearted on things. There's stuff that you get sentimental about, but I don't throw away books. Never have. But they're taking up a lot of space, and I don't remember last time I looked into them. And honestly, with the internet, the first place I go to look for something is the internet. Now, you can't just take whatever it's on there as word of mouth. You got to cross-reference it, but the internet does it all. And yeah. So I'm gonna take everything on that left side, put it in boxes. I think there's enough boxes there. There's a lot of books in there, and they're gonna weigh a ton, and then start being more efficient with the things that I have over there. So I don't know how long it's gonna take, but I'm certainly not gonna do it on a work day. So might as well do it on a weekend where there's more stuff. And if I get really bored, I'll just do a live session and be putting away books. I know that's boring, but that does get me through stuff. I've done that before. I'm like, I gotta clean my table. Fuck it, let's do a live session. We can talk about something else while we're doing it. I don't know if it'll come to that, but I do. That's why I do this channel, is to stay on task, because it's really easy to just go, hey, let me think about that shiny thing, and not do that. All right, we have one little air intake here in the front that needs to be metallicized. And let's go ahead and use the metallic color that we're going to open anyways. Yeah, so this is a unique car. Well, they're all unique cars. Shift burn, performance car. It's got a combat laser, napalm dropper. That's the burn part. That's the other burn part. And it has a shift of down skill and delicate touch. So you don't think that those people that burned, the people that are known for burning books, you don't think they actually like at least burned one book that they should have burned? I mean, obviously, they probably burned a lot of things they shouldn't have burned, but in all the bad things that regime did, I think burning books is probably really low on the totem pole of things that they did wrong. Like, all right, how about you burn every book you come across? That's fine, but don't send people to the death camps. Can we at least have some kind of compromise? I'm gonna try something weird. Yep, it worked. Just buy one metal and then just darken it as you need. Wow. Crazy. All right. This one is going to need wheels that are in we're going to need wheel colors here. We're not going to leave them black, even though we're going to cover most of this with weathering and you're not going to be able to see it. And I saw the other day, I think on eBay or on Amazon. On Amazon, they have a bunch of sellers that sell aftermarket wheels. Now, I don't have a big interest in modifying cars by buying other wheels and putting them on them. Generally, the wheels that they come with are just fine for me, you know. So don't burn books, but I've sent some to the dumpster. As a writer on a history magazine, I get sent books for research all the time, and sometimes they pile up. Have to make space now and then. I made a mistake one time. We had a lot of junk mail and bills and things like that, and we had just bought a how can I describe it? A fire pit, okay, but it's a standing fire pit. So imagine like the thing that the Olympian torch is. It's like a bowl, but it has a cover that's grated, okay, but it's freestanding. It's not big, but it's probably 4 foot diameter, and we had one of those in the backyard. You know, it was a fire pit for when it gets cold. The one day a year it gets cold here in Florida. Anyway, so we had one of those in the backyard. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go burn all our junk mail. Should take no time to get rid of it. That was a mistake. That no time turned into 4 hours. Because it burns great, but then the fire doesn't get all the way to the bottom, so you have to keep turning it, and then ashes go over. It's just a mess. I mean, it wasn't like a fire hazard, but it just took a long time. Like, you expected it to take a certain amount of time, and it didn't. Can't say I burned any books. Although, you get a lot of like cardboard boxes and stuff like that get delivered, especially around the holidays and things like that. You're like, man, how are we going to get rid of all this cardboard boxes in the recycler? So, my wife ended up reading something or getting this idea from the internet of taking these boxes, laying them out flat, and spraying them with a garden hose to there's like super saturated with water, and then folding them up, and then putting them. And like that worked. That like it got them a lot smaller. It was pretty neat. But then you like what you're out there watering the freaking boxes. Didn't take that much water, but. SEO content too. History magazine does not make enough for a living. Yeah, not enough people are interested in history. Yeah, I don't remember last time I bought a history magazine. They just, even if they have a topic I'm interested in, it's glossed over too broadly. It's hard to find a magazine that I actually like. Of all the magazines that I would, if I got a subscription to any, the only one I would probably get a good lord, subscription to is War Games, Soldiers, and Strategy. I like the layout of it. The pictures are good. It just looks good. The magazine I used to hate, and I haven't seen it in a long time, and I probably still would hate it to this day because it jumps around all over the place and never gives you enough content of what you're interested in. Is this magazine called Fine Scale Modeler? I hated Fine Scale Modeler. Like it'd be like one article on like painting tiger tanks, and then everything was all about shit you didn't give a crap about, you know. And yeah, and I'm sure there's other magazines I would dislike even more than that. I'm just saying that one comes to mind because it's a pretty well known one. And it's been around forever, you know. SEO. What the hell is SEO? SE. Where are we? Let's see if we can. Let's see if our Google Food works. I'm using this more and more each day. Oh, my alarm's on now. Well, I'm already up. What is SEO content? Any online content like blog posts, articles, or product pages that's created, optimized to rank higher in search engines. Purpose to track organic, unpaid traffic, answering questions mentioned. Well, it must be great to be able to write. I unfortunately just my excuse is I'm a tad too old to know how to type well. And I mentioned this before. It's not that I can't type. I cannot look at the screen and type. I have to look at the keys. I don't hunt for the keys, but so what ends up happening is I make clerical errors. I make dyslexic errors typing, and then I have to go back and reread every single thing I do. And it's like writing sentences for me. I really dislike doing it. It's not that I'm terrible at it. It's just frustrating. And and the thing with writing is I notice that it's not something I enjoy, and frequently I feel like it's a waste of time. Especially because this day, like everybody thinks they're a writer. I'm not saying you two guys aren't writers. I'm just saying that anybody that posts anything on Facebook, on any news group, thinks that they're writers and like to write, and then I want to be heard. I want to make a difference. It's my right. Those people, not like professional writers. I'm talking about people that can put anything on there, that any loon with a keyboard, keyboard commandos or writers. So you have to compete against those people, And there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of like, and it happens all the time. You'll find like, what's a good example here? If you go to a history site, right? One of the World War II history sites that always posts pictures of something. Here's this tank, and it's a Tiger tank of the 501st Tank Battalion or whatever. And it's either intentionally mislabeled or something like that. And I know it's just done to get traffic. But nobody looks at anybody's previous answer to see if the question that they're going to answer has already been answered. So you have the same people repeating the same thing over again, and none of us listen to anything. It's like, that's just got to be exhausting, Got to get writing. Got a deadline for an article in the morning. Happy painting. Better you than me. There's some Japanese Three Kingdom history magazines. I want to use a great artist by the name of Ginka Story. Search engine optimization. Wow, that sounds like a weapon. Search engine optimization. Ginka Story. Okay. Let's see what this guy looks like. There's some artists out there that I absolutely love. And it's okay if they do digital stuff. I was like really against like digital artists. That's not really art. Well, maybe some isn't, but some is. Ginka Story. Three Kingdoms. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we get here. Ginka Story, Three Kingdoms, referring to two distinct concepts. The art of digital artist named Ginka Story, who depicts characters from the Romance of the King. Okay, and literally, okay, yeah, that's what I want to see. Australian artist who draws Three Kingdom characters, imagery, painting, Lufu Shenfu. All right, let's go to images. Oh yeah, I like that. Okay, so here's what I don't like about that style. You ready? The background's all white. That's it. I like everything else. That's it. That's anime. That's anime. That's anime I could get behind. Okay, so look at this dude. That's a cool helmet. That is a cool freaking helmet. They don't make figures with that. Now it may be make believe, but they don't make figures like that. I mean, what's not to like about this? They make figures like that guy. The guys that are made by the guy in New York, whatever his name is. Kurosan makes some guys. Yeah, much better than these freaking clowns. The guy on horseback looks Mexican. Órale, chingón! Let's go get some rice. Yeah. I like that. The background's just too white. That's it. Everything else is spot on. Why is it that the anime style in Japan has figures with a lot of white in their eyes? When, well, you know the rest of it. Is it for irony or why is that? Why is that style that way? Man, I feel like Battle of the Planets wasn't that way. Yeah, I like that stuff. What an idiot. Que pendejo. We're not done with the metal, moron. Oh, you need to see this. You, my friend, of all the people, need to see this. You need to help me figure out what the hell this is. So I don't make a cultural faux pas. Nah, that's not the right thing. So I give this thing the credit it deserves. I picked this thing up. I picked this up for Team Nip. Let's see if I can get in here. I mean, there's a samurai on here. Hold on, I gotta put my glasses to see if I'm even showing you a picture that's clear. And then we got some graphics here on the side. I guess it's an Asian character. You know what? I'm going to post this on my Asians on Facebook. One of them will know what the hell this is. I just don't know if it says, really fast tampon or something. I don't know. This looks like it'd be like a Japanese Batman or a Japanese Spider-Man or something. This thing's definitely going to have some wacky weapon. It looks like a high-tech thing. Take a picture of it. Can you send it to me too? I can reverse image search for it. Yes. You got it. We'll do it right now. If it's, I just want to, if it says flamethrower or something like that, we'll put flamethrowers on it. We want to do it correctly. Part of me would really like to go to Japan, but then part of me wouldn't, because I can tell you right now, what I wouldn't like is, I don't like that whole bowing to people. I have a problem with bowing to, I don't need to freaking bow or run around with a mask or shit like that. If I'm running around with a mask, let it be one of these samurai badass masks, right? Like, have an alternate persona or whatever. I don't want to be stuffed in a subway, but all their model stuff, there's no bigger to me a fan than I am. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things I like. I can't imagine driving a car that's not Japanese. I mean, well, once they move the steering wheel to the correct place. Let's see. Let me shoot this straight on so that we don't get there's kind of a crinkle in it. And let's take a picture of this top. I honestly I've not checked it out. This samurai guy is really cool. And of course, this is like super shiny white, and we'll fix all that. All right, let's send you these two pictures. Is the other side the same character? The same caricature? Yeah, okay. Let's find the Hoffman. Yeah, I saw that Godzilla stuff and I thought about you. I was like, you'd like this. I didn't even look, I couldn't even tell that the prices were on there. That store is really cool. And it's also very organized. Like, you go in there and like, it's all zen and shit, like. Yeah, I don't know what this is. And it is a Hot Wheels 1994. It's got a driver in there. There's a company, one of the guys makes actually samurai guys. So you can have like guys, and they have like katanas out. So you drive by this car and it's like, it'd be like a car that's a convertible, and you got three guys with katanas like, oh, they'd hack at you as you go by or something. I don't know why. The guys makes witches and shit too, but this is samurai guys in full armor, in full regalia. Can cars in Gaslands have kamikaze attacks? So they can have a thing called a ram, and they can have a thing that's called an explosive ram. An explosive ram is basically a one-shot thing, and it doesn't blow up your car, but it's only one shot. So it's almost like if you've got reactive armor on a T-72, right? So you've got like this reactive armor, and as soon as it touches something, a ram would do like, and I'm ad-libbing a little bit here, it would do an extra 2 dice worth of damage if you had a ram. If you had an explosive ram, it would do like an extra 4 dice. But after that, there's no ram there. It's something like that. If I did a kamikaze thing, we have this nice little bomb that could go on it somewhere. But no, there's no kamikaze. There's no kamikaze in it. Of course, you could make up your own rules for stuff like that, but I'm not there yet. I'm a couple years from that. But I like not making things up because the point balance in the game seems to be pretty good. It seems to be pretty good. All these vehicles I've made at 27 points, and they're all really balanced so far. And the game has a way. There is a karma in this game. There is a karma when things are going your way, like, it's coming for you, it's like, it's really kind of weird, Yeah. This is one of the unique ones that has a plastic body and a metal bottom. So here we'll actually drill through the rivets because the rivets are made of plastic. And this is really the best one. This is the best way to do it. The only thing bad about this is that if you wanted to strip this, stripping plastic is not easy. I'm not interested in stripping it. But it would suck for that. But yeah, this is like some kind of Japanese Tron looking thing or something. And it does have a person in there who's of course chrome. There's going to be some performance car, or I don't think I'm going to make it a dragster. Dragsters are really, that's a kamikaze vehicle. But the problem is with the dragsters, you end up kamikazing yourself. Not likely to get anybody else in the explosion. They behave. So, did I not get done again? Hi. Where's my chaperone? Looks like something Hot Wheels made up. And there's a fair amount of that. There's a fair amount of that. Oh, did you ever see Hayabusa? How Hayabusa turned out? Well, it's not sealed, so it'll look even better. But I'm pretty happy with the way Hayabusa turned out. You gotta walk away from stuff sometimes, you know. Come back to it. It almost looks Italian. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that. So, yeah, Hot Wheels does make up a few things. It's not uncommon for them to make up stuff. I'm sure this is made up. Hayabusa's a made up car, you know. But you're a Godzilla fan, and you said you have not seen the new Godzilla movie, if I remember correctly, which is kind of ironic. That heavy cruiser is awesome. That movie's worth watching just for the heavy cruiser. Okay, we have this big laser thing. Let's see if we can remove some of this goop, make it smaller. Shit, I could probably just glue it on here and just paint it on there. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, it's definitely 50s laser looking, but I think it works. Gives it something to look at. And it's over the stripe, but that's okay. We'll end up blending this to the same color, or a similar color to the body. Hayabusa turned out really well. Reminds me of a video game protagonist car. Watch all the Japanese Godzillas, not just the American ones. Well, I watched some of the old ones. I don't remember them at all, but I remember watching them as a kid because it's a form of dinosaur. Godzilla is a dinosaur, a dinosaur character, as far as I'm concerned. So I am very pro dinosaur shit. I love dinosaur stuff. You know, as long as it's not a freaking raptor, candy ass thing. They're smart. I don't care. They're this big. You know, like I don't give a shit about that. Ask me if I care. Never mind. I'll tell you. I don't care. They're little. All right. This thing dry out yet? All right. I'm gonna paint the fins in a different color. And the people that have played, everybody that's played has actually been really careful with the cars. So I appreciate that. I don't really want to go back and have to repair stuff. I mean, I could, just try to be careful. You know, shit happens, it happens. You know, I mean, I break stuff. I don't want to, but it happens. This is definitely a Jetsons and Marvin the Martian type of vibe on this. Okay, that's pretty close. And remember, this also has a brown wash on it that what I'm painting does not. All right, now I'm going to paint this back here in black. This looks like it's part of the exhaust. And even though it's not primer, I'm still going to paint this black. Should do just fine. See, Marcus, I am painting the underside. I don't want the underside not painted. I just don't want a detail painted. Yeah, sometimes you do something like Hayabusa is a good example. Like I do it, and it doesn't turn out how I expected it. So I'm like, all right, let me set that aside, and I'm kind of like bummed out about it. And then you just go back to it and go, all right, you know what? Sink or swim. We're gonna fix you. I'm tired of looking at you half-ass unbuilt on my table. Like let's get it going. And that's what I just should have kept doing. Is just like, all right, well we know this isn't the final thing. We can do better than this, but you get discouraged sometimes, and I'm gonna go grab my last Coke. Be right back. I'm okay with that. I don't paint the same for my FV just enough so you don't turn over and take the turret off for an explosion. It looks the part. Okay, fair enough. Well, there's some models out there that have all like you could almost give the thing an oil change. I mean, it's got all the, I appreciate all that stuff. Actually, I don't know that I had a Coke yesterday. I finished one off last night, but I don't think I had a Coke. That's not true. I went through the drive-thru and had a Diet Coke Zero. No, I had one. Yeah. Yesterday was a coffee day. Yesterday was an iced coffee day. And the Coke Zero has enough caffeine to not give you a headache, but caffeine content, 48 milligrams, that's nothing. A coffee of that size would have 6 times more, or even probably more than that. All right, let's take this mix that we have here. Let's bring it up a notch like that. And then we're going to add some metallicness to it. Not a crazy amount, but some. And let's see how we did. Other than the fact that this does not have a brown wash on top of it, which the rest of the body color does have. I really enjoy doing this part. It's probably my favorite part of it all, is to add these parts and make it look like it's part of the original. Man, nailed that. And you know, one thing I've never done, I've never bought like extra drop bottles. Like, man, this is a great mix. Let me save this so I can use it later. I'm mixing everything on the fly. I'm not that kind of a planner. Now we have these supports on the windows. Oh, hell yeah. Man, I love this hobby. Yeah, I got some black on it here. All right, so we'll use that to shore that up. The color that was the hardest to get right was the gold. The gold was challenging. Blammo. So I'm free to do whatever I want with this, huh? That kanji character mean anything? Or it's just, nonsense? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and post that right now. Actually, let's not be stupid about this. Let's edit this. Let's edit this. Let's go. What year is this? 1994? 1994 Hot Wheels Samurai car. Oh, it's picking up Suzuki Samurai. Okay. 1994 Hot Wheels. White with Japanese logo. Okay, here it is. Asian concept die-cast collectible car. Okay. Oh my god, this Datsun 240 is awesome looking. Look at this. This thing's beautiful. That would be great. That would be great. Ooh, what's this? Hot Wheels Japanese Car Culture 88 Honda. What's in here? A 95 Mazda RX-7, a CRX, a Lancer, a 300ZX twin turbo, an Impreza, and an AE98. Man, I need to get a WRX. I don't have a WRX. Oh, here's one that's tuned. No. Oh, this thing's cute. A bug eye one. Okay. Go back. Asian concept die-cast collectible car. All right. Let's do a 1994 Asian concept. Got one going for $2. Got one going for $9. I don't not getting anything off the internet, so we're gonna go to what is written in kanji. Is kanji two eyes, right? Kanj double I on the side of this Asian concept vehicle, which is a Hot Wheels from 1994. Kanji's K. Just one eye? Okay. Post. Okay, let's see what we get. All right, we have some metallic that we're going to have up there. Let's make some of this dark metallic. Let's start off with this dark metallic. I'm liking this. I'm liking this customized. Oh, by the way, Hoffman, you scared the crap out of me yesterday. But and I'm not saying you did it on purpose, but supposedly the paints you said they were discontinued is only one line of them. That's what somebody was telling me. So apparently the war paints is still going to keep going, but the army shader, like this one is they're discontinuing, but they're keeping this one going, which I have them in both. Just one's like an earlier design. I hope that's right. But I did go by the store when I saw that in Ocala, and saw if they had some, and they were out of dark tone and strong tone. I was going to buy like four of each, but I saw that it still was available online. I just don't want to get to the point where I have to make my own. Like, I got enough to do, you know. And I don't know how they make this, but the fluid, the carrier I think is the correct terminology. The carrier for this is very dilutable with water. Very dilutable. Like it and water get along really well. It's not like you have to fight it as to fight it or something like that. So I've been really happy with the results of it. And it's nice to give Vallejo some business and Army Painter some business, and craft paint. Not like all I do is I buy, ammo mig. I only use Atom paints. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. I didn't know it was a difference either, man. I don't, they wouldn't have that problem if they wouldn't have rebranded shit. Like, stop rebranding crap. You damn corporations always got to fuck with stuff, Like, I didn't know there was a difference either. I don't call it war paints. I call it Army Painter. War paints is a better name, but got started on the wrong foot. They started calling it one thing. I took their word for it. And of course, the end of this thing will be red because one end of a laser gun isn't red. I know it could be a green laser. Well, then you have to explain to this thing that it isn't an acid gun, right? Because acid is red, is green. I'll have to check that out. I honestly didn't even. I was on the road. I have several people. I'm not saying you're one of them, but I have one person in particular that doesn't text me unless I'm on the road, and I'm like I'm not gonna have an accident. I got to be out there looking out for everybody. I'm like I'm like the watcher. But I did go to the store. I saw they carried the green. They carried a green. I'm like, oh, I could get, but they didn't have that one. I'm like, I don't want to go and wait in line and get rung up just to get the green and not the colors that I actually need, because I'm low on strong tone. I mean, like I think I could probably get through these, a dozen cars, but I'm low. And I'm using a lot less of it than I was when I was doing the tanks. I was using a lot more of it when I was doing the tanks than I am now. No, they're smaller. This thing doesn't have any headlamps, does it? Oh, DOT would have a field day with that. I'm gonna leave the tail in black. To tail in black. I'm gonna leave this undercarriage in black. It's gonna be it's gonna be launching napalm, so you don't need to have a fancy finish on the bottom. All right, let's close this up for a moment. Let's go and grab the red. Now, I think this is the red I want to use. Scarlet Vermilion. Scarlet's what we want to use. Let's go over here where the black is. Any hits yet? Yep. Let's see what we got here. Nope. Sometimes you'll post something, especially if I post things on the Gaslands group. I'll post it and you won't get any hit for 6 hours. And then all of a sudden it's like 20. It takes a while to get through the system. It's like when you eat something and you don't take it doesn't go through your intestine until several hours later, kind of thing. All right, now I'll look at your deal. What kind of a good deal is this? Let's see what we got here. Now that I won't slam into somebody. That is cheap. Metallic colors. I don't like the coverage on them. I like their colors. I really do like their colors. They cover weird. That's all. Doesn't mean I won't buy any. I'm just John Blanche Masterclass. Never heard of her. I'm sure they're a better painter than I am. I'm scrolling down here to see which is the chipping brushes. It's just freaking foam, man. Oh, we gotta come up with new stuff so people will buy it. And the strong tone that's in the dip is not the same material as the strong tone that's here. This is actually a different. It's a different material. I don't see it. I don't see it on here. I don't see something that's reduced that much. Let's see. The 50 bottle paint set is 48. Mega paint. Okay, it says mega paint set there. Okay, so let's go to mega paint. Maybe they're out of it already. Here's the mega paint set. You know, they give people on all these like paint guides, and you know they're not that useful. I mean, they're useful. You gotta struggle. You gotta struggle. You gotta try shit, and then it not work, and you know still hold your head up high and go like, well, maybe it'll work next time. You know. Actually, I take this back. I take this back. We are gonna fuck with the wing, because the wing is all one color, and that's lame. That's lame. So we're gonna put the ends of the wing in this blue color. And we're going to leave the struts and the center part in black. And that way we have both of them going on. I know, I was just looking for another excuse to paint this thing. It's a pretty color. It's a pretty color. I wonder if it says something stupid like, you know, Hot Pocket or something, you know, like something dumb. I know I'm doing a bunch of like really low point vehicles, but I think that's to fill out all the core of stuff because, like, for instance, I wanted to use like white trash yesterday, but I don't have enough like redneck vehicles to go with it, right? So I need more small redneck vehicles to go with like a big groupie, you know, the big brother. Then of course you got some free agents. I'm gonna cover this Hot Wheels symbol up. Stipple that on. And by the time we do the weathering over it, you won't even be able to tell that it's there. You can if you look for it, like, oh, where's the one spot that it's missing on? There we go. All right, now we add this right here. So good news. Army Painter and Viejo both redesigned their ranges to modernize them so they can compete with AK. The new Iron Painter acrylics supposedly now excellent. Yeah, they're. I have a few of their colors, and the colors are beautiful. They just they have too much carrier in them. Not enough pigment is probably the best way to describe it. The colors are good and they're vibrant, and I don't have more because of that. Now, if War Paints is the new redesign, these washes are incredible. I am a fan. There may be better washes out there. I don't give a shit. I'm sticking with these. These are great. I'm a big fan. Don't fuck with Tony's tones. I don't have any. That's not true. I have this British Desert AK set. If this is the new AK you're talking about, these paints are great. I don't love airbrushing with them, but for hand painting, they're creamy. They're almost like a cross between Cote d'Arms and Vallejo. Vallejo paints are good, but sometimes you'll get a color that's gritty, is the best way to describe it. But they cover well, generally. The Ammo MIG paints are great to airbrush with. They suck. They are atrocious to hand paint with. They're too watery. But they airbrush great. So, everything has its purpose, you know. I have some Vallejo metallics, and I always go to the Games Workshop stuff. The Games Workshop metallics are, this mithril silver, the original one. There's no color as good as that one. Like, that's metallic. That thing covers like a dream. Totally different now. Fanatic is a new range where the washes too are supposedly better than War Painter. Huh. Well, I gotta restock, Yeah, this is Fanatic. I don't see a difference between the Fanatic and the Army Painter Quick Shade. I don't. They're both great. And they're interchangeable as far as I'm concerned. I go in there, they don't even have a different display. It's like, if they're out of this, they'll put the other color in front of it, and they're fine. I don't have a preference here. I don't like the new Vallejos in these cheap ass bottles that seem like they're made out of like a cheap water bottle. I'm not a fan of those. But the paint's fine. It's just, I don't really like that red ring on them either. But, hey, they didn't ask me. If they would, I would have told them. Hey, do you think we should read it? No, stop fucking with shit. I don't like the new Vallejo logo. I don't like this new ass logo. I don't. No, I don't have any of the old one anymore. Damn it. I like the old logo. This is a little too, Stop fucking with stuff, man. Like at work. I always gotta fuck with shit. Like, just leave things alone, man. Like, we got enough problems. Have you mastered all the problems that we have? No. Well, then why are you creating more problems? A little bit more of this. Oh, yeah. Shazam kablam. So yeah, I found out the cop car I wanted to get. I did not know that I needed to get this cop car, but I have to get it now. And that's J.W. Pepper's car from Live and Let Die. as one of the cops. I gotta get that guy. And Johnny Lightning makes one. Well, okay, if it goes for $40, I'm not getting it, obviously. But I'd pay $15 for that car. You know, and I'm not gonna not paint it up. You know, not weather it. Like I got Wet Willie. That's what I'm calling it. I got Wet Willie, and I need to put the rocket launcher on it and weather it up. Not weathering it too bad. I thought they made more Bond cars, but they don't, because that'd be a good race. You know, the spy who raced me. You know, get all the Bond cars out there. It just the game is good, lighthearted fun. You know, it doesn't have to be realistic. It's just lighthearted fun. I feel like I can do that with this game. I can't do it with World War II. That's just me personally. That's the cross I must carry. Oh, hot damn. Yeah, I like these laser equipped cars. They definitely have to have tinted windows, or you're gonna get blinded by your own, your own weaponry will blind you. Nice. That's what AP and Viejo did. Make them more creamy, like AK. Yeah, and creamy I mean like pastels. You know what I meant. Yeah, I actually like them being creamy. You these are the most uncreamy paints I have. It's a beautiful yellow. It's a gorgeous yellow, and I use it all the time. But it has a lot of carrier in it. A lot of carrier in it. It's like I bet you could thin that down, and I bet you could thin that down really well and make a like a yellow wash. I don't know what the hell you need a yellow wash for. Maybe if you want to simulate like a car in Florida after the pollen season, that it would be good for. You guys have pollen problems in the UK? It is like it's a problem here. I'll shoot you with my space modulator. Some weapon like this it looks even lamer than the Star Trek weapons. I mean, that's saying a lot. That's why I never understood about people about Star Trek. Like I didn't grow up with Star Trek, right? But if it was about ship combat, I'd be into it. But it's not. It's about having this warship that goes out and like I wonder who's on this planet. That's like having HMS Hood that never fires its guns. Like, what the hell, man? Like go out there and blast shit, you know? But the uniforms are lame. They're always like, you think of Captain Picard, all he's doing is pulling his freaking shirt down. What is he, like middle aged and fat like me? Come on, man. Have uniforms that fit well. And the weapons are stupid looking. And Star Wars has a lot of stupid shit too, but. Okay. All my players. Oh, that might actually be a frame now that I think about it. But it's almost like it's on the inside. I'm going to leave it alone. All my players have thankfully said that they have not disliked any of the vehicles that they've used. They feel like they're all balanced, and that is the whole purpose. Is like you okay, this one you got to play it differently than the bully goat. You got to play them differently, and people getting a random vehicle is working really well. That part's working really, really well. And the only bad part about it is that I could make a vehicle and then it may not show up and play for a while. But you know, spring, yes, you got pollen everywhere, pollinators. I am gonna go. I am gonna go ahead and paint this frame on here. Let's go ahead and do that. It's not on the plastic. It's almost like it's inside, and it's like a door frame for. We need to get this little. Well, we don't need it just yet. That's all. Just enhancing what's already there. And I like not having to repaint the vehicle. So you're not like, oh, what color do you want this one? Do you want it to be red? I'm like, you could already see it and kind of like what it's going to look like. Yeah, it looks better. Hell, I could put like a center support there for the freaking windshield. I'm not going to, but I could. And this actually car I wasn't too excited about getting. It looks. I'm pretty happy. Wait till it gets weathered. Wait till this thing gets weathered. It's just when it's going to come alive then. Watching police chases of human traffickers on YouTube, I wonder how it feels in the trunk of a car going 120 miles an hour. Well, if you behave, you don't have to worry about it, right? Oh, if you're one of the traffickers, yeah. Well, what would you get trafficked? Have there been any Americans that have been trafficked to Mexico? Like, hey, we need an old white guy. Let's go grab Kevin. Well, all modern cars have, well, not that you couldn't remove it. All modern cars, I've noticed, have a little handle, and it's usually red. I don't know what color. I don't know if the color would matter because you basically can't see anything in there. Where it's like a latch, but I don't know if you'd want to open a latch going 120 miles an hour. That's probably not a good idea. Just open it and come up, and the air would come down and whack you on the head and knock you out unconscious, and you're still in there. I'm wondering. I probably don't need to look it up. I'd probably get really disappointed with humanity. I'm wondering how much human trafficking actually happens. Like, and I'm not talking about on the border, not in the frontera. I'm talking about like here. So supposedly we have this little podunk town that I live in. It's not that podunk, but it is. And they have a police department, and they're out there giving tickets. But on this stretch of road, there's also a lot of the sheriffs are here, the highway patrol, and somebody told me, I don't know whether it's true or not, that the reason why there's so much activity is this is kind of like a corridor for human trafficking. And I'm like, it is? And I'm like, I wonder how prevalent that is. I'm not talking about on the border. I'm not talking about the border like people trying to get over. Like that's like a that's like a legitimate reason. I don't know about a legitimate reason, but people are trying to cross the border to get a better life. You know, or some people are. Some people are causing problems, but some people just want to feed their family. Right? Doesn't make it any less illegal, but you know. So there's people that are doing that, but around here it's just are there girls getting sequestered, sent into? I mean, it just maybe it's better. I don't know because it's we'll have to go into vigilantism or something like that. But I really don't. I don't need to look into something that like gives me makes me realize that people are actually worse than I already thought that they were. I mean, there's still good people out there, but the bad people are that prevalent. Okay. I think that we're ready to do some. Yeah, I won't look into that. Next thing I know, I won't let my daughter go to the store alone. Just shit like that. That. See if we got any hits yet. Not yet. Breaking Bad tribute. Was there a Pontiac Aztec in Breaking Bad? I didn't watch Breaking Bad long enough to. I watched like 2 episodes of Breaking Bad. I'm like, not my kind of show. Yeah, so I did want police in this game, and I wanted to make fun of them, and I don't want to rip on good police officers. Let's put it that way. There's some out there. I mean, I couldn't do that job. All that and wear polyester? No. Easy there, limp wrist bastard. Okay. God, who we gonna do next? Who we gonna do next? There's so many freaking cool cars, man. They're almost all cool. Which favorite car out there, Kevin? I know you're a car guy with the slots and stuff. You'd play the slots. Oh, so you like to gamble? I said, no, I play with slot cars. That makes sense. I'm not into gambling. I don't even gamble when I play games. Like, I don't even gamble with the, wow, I'll take a risk. No, I don't want this guy to freaking die, man. This is one of Marty's rescues. He said he went to a Goodwill store and got me a bunch of cars. And this is one of the ones that We're going to take to the next level. Your mom's second husband, all right, I need a flow chart. Your mom's second husband was a meth head, and we had to grow up around the weirdo. So I never got into Breaking Bad. I saw enough of that crazy shit growing up. Yeah. Yeah, I can't. I've never had drugs in my life. I've never been exposed to them. I don't know shit about them. I can mix some good drinks, though. Not that we ever drink, but I don't know shit about drugs. I don't. I've been to. I've been to maybe four parties or gatherings where people were smoking a joint, and that's it. I've never seen any drugs harder than a joint. I've never done any drugs. I've never been interested in it. So I really don't know shit about it. I couldn't even tell you what meth is. I mean, that's that stuff the Germans were on when they invaded Poland. that's No, I don't want to wear jack boots. I don't need to. I don't need any of that stuff. I might want to put on jack boots, and start clopping around. I really don't know shit about drugs. I don't. I'm like ignorant. I say that everything I know about drugs I learned from watching Narcos Mexico. And I don't like shows that promote the use of drugs in a positive light. So, like for instance, if you watch something like Horrible Bosses, the guys end up getting cocaine, but they get it accidentally, and it's pretty damn funny because it was accidentally done. I don't mind that. Or if it's a character that is like, nefarious and they're doing drugs, like, Tony Montana or something like that, I'm okay with it. But, he gets what's coming to him. Not like, it's like a positive. I mean, it's not like it's going to affect me like, oh, I guess drugs are good after all. Let me go do a couple lines of coke, But, I've never watched Cheech and Chong stuff. No interest. I don't want to see. Tried watching Super Troopers. It immediately went to the marijuana stuff. It's not like it's just like I turn it off. It just doesn't interest me. You know, and it's not like I'm corruptible anymore. I'm too old. I'm already set in my. I've been set in my ways for decades. Like I'm not corruptible. I've already mutated into the bastard that I'm going to be the rest of my life. But I don't know anything about it. I don't know. I just don't know. Okay, that's enough of this the dark complexion dirt. Actually, the back of this looks really freaking cool because it needs to be dirty as shit because there's all kinds of soiled things that come out of there, napalm and might be going to some Goodwills next weekend in Austin. Didn't think to look for cars. I'll keep an eye out for them when you go. You're looking to get a Ferrari Daytona AFX car. Needs a rear view mirror. People want too much for them. What's AFX? Ferrari Daytona AFX. Oh, is that a brand of? Oh, that looks cool. I like this. Looks like a Team Brazil though. That looks nice. Needs the rear view mirrors. I see. Okay. Yeah, those are weird rear view mirrors. You know, if you could fill them in, nobody would know that it's missing them. You know. Aurora AFX. Okay, this thing looks cool. I know it's pink, but it still looks cool. There's some pink things that are cool. Oh, the picture went away. Oh, son of a bitch. It was like a pink Chevelle. Or a Nova. That looks pretty cool. I guess I'm a car guy after all. What's funny is I don't consider myself a car guy, and I realize like, man, I know more about cars than a lot of people. But there's a lot of people that don't know shit about anything. As you guys well know. I'm not saying you guys. It's just in general. There's some ignoramuses out there. That's for sure. Because I'm curious. So get on the internet. Like if you don't know something, get on the internet and you know and educate yourself a little bit about something. You know, you got to cross reference. You can't take everything as a word of mouth. You know, you can't take. You got to take everything like a grain of salt. But you know, you could find. You could. The truth is out there. I didn't watch that show, but you know, it's interesting to be interested in stuff that you're interested in. Huh? Oh yeah, this looks great. This thing looks great. And I didn't give this thing a second look when I got it. I'm like, what kind of futuristic fucking thing is this? This thing looks great. You know, the thing is I'd actually sell this stuff. I mean, I don't want to sell them because I need them for a game, but I'm like, I wouldn't. I'd consider. I enjoy doing these so much that I would consider selling them. But I'm not going to because you know, like, I'll give you $5 for it. I'm like, no. But this is a make believe car. Oh, we were about dead. We're in the snot rocket phase. I could just hold this upside down. That Nova was an Auto World body. They do diecast. Was that right? It was a Nova? As opposed to a Chevelle? I'm not as dumb as I look. Yeah, they're kissing cousins. And I have no interest in having any of those old vehicles. I'm about handling, and those vehicles handle like a dump truck. A fast dump truck, okay? And a good looking dump truck, but a dump truck. You know, and when I got an airbrush, the first thing I'm thinking is, oh, I'm going to use an airbrush for all my weathering. Bullshit. I mean, there's people that can weather with an airbrush. I'm not one of them. This is what I do, and I've been really happy with how this turns out. It's the whole Panzer II thing. You know, the turret on a Panzer II has all kinds of little edges and stuff, and you got to make all that stuff stand out so you can appreciate the subtlety of the design. Same thing with this. All these cars have all these little edges. Like, you need to make that stuff, like, make your eye go, look at that. Oh, look at that over there. Oh, All right. Rustification. I mean, 1/72nd scale tanks is already super cheap. This is like damn near free. Building this is like a free hobby. Absolutely free. And this store that I went to, Vintage Toy King had, when I was checking out, they said, I go in there, I've gone in there a couple times, and I show them what the cars that I got and what I changed to them, and the guy sounded interesting, whatever. It's just a business for him. And he he said, "Well, did you see the big bags that I have?" And he had these like 2-gallon bags. Maybe they were even bigger than that, of all kinds of random cars that are too dinged up for him to sell individually, for like $10. There's probably, I don't know, 30 cars or something for $10. And I started looking through them, and there were some tractor trailers, and I'm like, that might be a way. But I'm like, I said, I gotta leave something for next time. You can't buy everything you want. I mean, I went down there and spent about $20. 20, $24, something like that. It was 24 before taxes or something. And it left plenty of cool things. Now, I don't know how his restock is. I know he buys old things, but I this wasn't one of his things. But let's get Tony's tones out here. Tony's tones. Yeah, I don't know how his restock process is, but there's plenty. If he never got anything new, there's still plenty there to whet your appetite. But I didn't leave any cop cars. Let's put it that way. And it was hard to find them to begin with. But when I was a kid, that's what I would have wanted. Go buy a car. I want the cop car. Why? Because it's unique. People gotta get out of the way. There's like respect. You're into that shit when you're a kid. That's back when cops were good. Now they're just they beat people up. That's the perception. Will you stop falling over? Although I need to get a police van, and that's going to be officer friendly. Because remember, the cops I'm doing are bad people. Okay, they're either corrupt cops or people pretending to be cops or whatever. Officer friendly is somebody who has a van, goes to school, and you don't want to go to the van that he's there because he does bad things to kids. Sorry, that's why you're trying to kill the guy, right? You're promoting bad people. I said, no, I'm promoting bad people so that when you kill them on the racetrack, nobody goes to the funeral. You're like, hooray, what took so long? Are there trailers in the game? There actually are. Other than tractor trailers, there's like tag-along trailers, almost like what are those things called? Airstreams? Like little like small camper ones. I haven't really looked into the rules for them or anything like that. I'm working on the base vehicles just to have variety for those, and I have some of the larger vehicles, but. You can do whatever the hell you want. I mean, I've only played the death race game. There's other things like there's like hunts where you're fighting radioactive animals, and I don't know if I'm gonna be interested in all the forms that there are of playing the game, but there are lots of other ways to play the game that I haven't played yet, and it's working really well. Everybody save one person that has played it has said they enjoyed it. The person didn't enjoy it really isn't a gamer, so that's the problem. but everybody else has really enjoyed it. I enjoy doing all the cars, taking pictures, and making it look, and it looks like it's something out of one of those war game magazines. So it looks really good to me. So that's what keeps me going. And I'm leaving these guys stored in a little, wrapped up like little tampons. And that way I can try, I really don't have a place to put them anyways, even though they need to be out. But, when it's time to go in for a game, I don't have to wrap all that stuff up. They're already wrapped. Now, I already told the guy, I said, hey, since we played this death race now like 8 or 9 times, we're going to try something different next time. I don't know what it is. I haven't even looked in the rule book. It could be something we come up with. I threw the cop out there. The cop worked. We had one cop car. That's plenty. One cop car and 7 others. And the cop car was the only guy that survived with only 2 damage points. That's because the cop car wasn't involved in that start. The start is like, what do you guys call that in rugby? Where everybody does the big dog pile. Scrimmage? Is that what it is? Yeah, the scrimmage is brutal. Before the weapons are even active, the scrimmage is just like, it's brutal in every game. A big mosh pit of cars. Scrum, the scrum. Okay. The scrum, yeah, the scrum is brutal. The scrum is brutal in this game. I had my one car that got to move once before it got knocked out. It actually got half its damage points before it even got to move. Like right off the bat, you go, a guy behind you is like, banging into you. Yeah, he was plucking the old ass fiddle, 'cause that's what it was. I had Arsh Geiga and the cop. What else made a presence? Flower and Fubuki. Flower and Fubuki came into the scene. Uh, yeah, it's a really cool game. We're really enjoying it. Um, I think it works better when you don't let people get back in the game. Like you got 2 cars, and once you're out, you're out. None of this. You get these votes, and you can get back in, and you can start at the latest gate, and it's like the less cars are in it, the sooner it'll come to a conclusion. So I don't know. I'm thinking like this guy's done. I mean, other than being sealed. Let's take a photo. Show you guys if you care. If you care to care. What's the name of this thing? Super Blitzing. See if I could do it before and afterwards. what do we call this thing? Super Blitzen. Oh, this version's cool. Got a big old 4. I like the numbers because I'm not going to put it. I'm personally not going to put a number on the vehicle. But if it already comes with one, yeah, by all means. Okay, this is what it looked like. Sometimes you say download it and it doesn't download. And the problem with a lot of these vehicles is they'll have a piece of plastic that's in a really loud color that it shouldn't be in, that really distracts you from everything else. So here's what it looked like. Of course, it was beat up and damaged, like it'd been played with. Okay? And then we're looking like this. It's got a combat laser on it and napalm dropper. Plus, it has a downshift skill and delicate touch skill. So, shift burn is done. I think that downshift is going to be a really handy thing. Let's see how they look. Yeah. Yeah, you get the flat coat on it. Clear coat, some clear Vallejo. And we're good to go. I'm completely out of RAM, so we can't do the Camaro next. As much as I want to do the Camaro. Not doing the tank game. It's too much. It's too big of an. I have too much workload. And honestly, the people I'd be playing with wouldn't appreciate it more than this. You know, the tank game's really for me. It's too big an ask right now. And to pack it up, and my workload's just stupid. You know. So this is about where it needs to be. Well, we got the Camaro, we got the Poo-mobile, we got this this is a cool car. So's this thing. This is one of the Urban Cowboys. Let's do some live chat GPT. This is similar to the Methcalade. It's also a Escalade, but this one's tuned a little bit more tuned looking. Definitely have to be some kind of a rapper guy, because there's like rapper things on the side of it. MC Dickweed or something, you know? I really want to do the Torino. But the Torino... Well, I have a second one, so I could make that one the Torino. This thing's beautiful. I love the look of this thing. Let's do the Torino. Let's get all the pieces to the Torino, and that's roadkill. Let's get all the pieces of the Torino. Put her together. Start giving her a personality. Use Chat GPT, see where we get with it. MC Bedbug. You ever seen bedbugs? Not on the internet? I have not. Oh, this. I don't know if you guys saw this. So one of the cars that I got from the flea market is this thing. And it's actually a crushed car. but it has wheels and everything, and it actually has an interior. And I'm going to make it a car that actually is a competitor. So, like Wrecked It Ralph or something like that. So this is going to be, an active car. And it's got doors that are a different color or whatever. This was all like bright safety orange, so that doesn't work. And it looks like it's a Buick Regal or something like that. I'm not sure what it is, but this will be a legitimate car. It's just going to be driven by a midget or somebody that's driving like this the whole time. Because the crumpler, you know, that'd be a good car for that BFG on it. Has something just falling apart. It's got a big freaking gun on it. And then when I went to college, I lived in a very crappy apartment, and it will give you PTSD. Oh man. I lived in a house one time when a roommate had a cat that had fleas. And I'd sit there and watch the TV, and your whole legs would be covered in fleas. They wouldn't bite or anything, but they would drive you crazy. And, not growing up with any pets, I have no idea what the hell that is until it happened. And that's just really weird. Simpsons family car. Drag Merc. Nope. Ford Torino. 70 Ford Torino. Okay. Which is the inside of the Ford Torino? It's going to be this one or this one. If I had more slots, I could have... And this thing's pretty cool, too. This dart. This is the interior of the Simpsons car. Oh, okay. I think it's one of those interiors. It's wide, so let's go with this one first. It's wide looking. Yeah, hit the nail on the head right off the bat. I did. Okay. Now we need to find the window for it. Yeah, it's lowered, but this isn't going to be one of the redneck vehicles. This is not one of the Mexican vehicles. This doesn't have enough annoying stripes on it to be a lowrider. Some of the lowriders have these insane striping on them. Okay, it's a really wide window. It's probably this one. Yep. What a cool car. All right, we got some plastic that is melted here that is covering this from being able to go in there correctly. That's what happens when you drill around, is you're creating like this like lava. That then you have to remove when it cools down. Okay. That fits in there much better. Okay, here we go. I'm not necessarily going to go with any of this, but it's food for thought. Literally, that's exactly what it is. Let's see if we can do this with the voice. I need a name for a 1970 Ford Torino that is silver with black striping for Gaslands. Let's start with that. They didn't know it was Gaslands. Like, it's like. Okay, performance focused, aggressive, post apocalyptic, retro cool wordplay. All right, let's see what we got here. Silver Velocity, Torque Noir. That's a good name, but it needs to be a black vehicle. Chrome Reaper. It's not chrome enough. Nitro Phantom. I don't think I'm going to give this thing nitro. Blackline Bullet. Not too bad. Ash Viper, Steel Widow, Grave Silver, Obsidian Ghost, Smoke Streak. Well, it definitely has to have smoke if that's the case. Midnight Mock, Silver Streaker, Bad Intentions. Thunder Vice, Detroit Eclipse. Sinister Alloy. Chrome Crusader, Blacklisted. Would you like me to tailor the team name more towards a specific team style? Police, Outlaw, Wasteland Racer, Assassin, or keep this general performance theme? I don't know. This guy, what's he look like? He kind of looks like an assassin. Assassin. All right, what's it? Tailor to assassin. Silver Shroud. Silver Shroud moves unseen, leaves nothing behind. Obsidian Veil, Ghost Line. Silent Order. A Torino's too loud to be silent. Sorry. I don't know what the hell a Torino's equipped with. Okay, this is actually too. Maybe Outlaw. Tailor to Outlaw who is a loner. Here we go. Let's see what we're starting to get adjectivical here. Someone who doesn't take sides, answers to no one, disappears into the dust after every kill. Steel Drifter. Yeah, I don't have anything that's just jumping out at me. Again, like I said, this is food for thought. Lone Chrome. Steel Drifter, that needs to be more like the dart. That dart's more steel than this guy. Silver Renegade's not bad. The Chrome Coyote. Fast, hungry, and never tamed. I think that's the one. And that way he could go into the Mexican lowriders. I think he could go into the Mexican lowriders. He's got the lowrider profile. I feel like these wheels shouldn't even have any steel on them. They should just be black. Man, the lines on this car are just badass. And I'm not an American muscle car kind of musclehead, like, but the lines on this car are badass. Okay, that's what we're going to go with for now. So what the hell is this thing equipped with? All right, let's... It knows you... By the way, ask what World War II Tony for the YouTube users. Oh boy. Torino is a tank. It's great looking. Well, one of the things about... Is it like a really wide car, or this one just looks really wide? The back of this is awesome. It's just a lot to like about this. All right, we're going to temporarily call this, could be amended, the Chrome Coyote. No, is that what it was? It's not very. It's not going to be. He's not going to be shiny. Man, I like Dust Saint too. Dust Saint looks pretty cool. Rides the Badlands with his own coat. I could see this thing being like in some Western type thing. Silver Spur. Steel. The other thing's more steel. Silver Renegade. Just too generic. All right, let's do this, because I like silver better as a name than chrome. It's not going to be shiny enough to be. Make it have silver in the name, and we're not doing Quicksilver. Freaking generic bullshit. Come on. Where's the little thing to push it up? There we go. Honestly, as generic as it looks, I like Silver Outlaw. I like Silver Outlaw. It looks like an outlaw. It looks straight to the point, clean, bold, and feared. We'll call it Silver Outlaw for now. Silver Outlaw. Okay. It is not a performance car. I'm not going to call it a performance car. It is just a car. Car, 12 points. 2 build slots. Feel like I should have smoke. Smoke doesn't take up a spot though. Dusty Coyote. Man, that hurt. I just got my... Yeah, don't do that. So I guess Chat GPT thinks I'm famous. Well, I don't worry about it. I don't worry about it. The one weapon I find it really hard to find a use for is glue dropper. Maybe Poo Stain. Maybe Poo Stain can use a glue dropper. Now, the other vehicle that's like it, which is Mr. Green Screen. Mr. Green Screen is also a car. It's got a heavy to the front and one to the and a machine gun to the back. Does smoke take a spot? No. It's going to have a shotgun. I don't have any I don't have any cars yet that have a shotgun. It's going to have a shotgun. So it's going to have smoke. Smoke does not use up any slots. It's just 1 point. It's going to have a shotgun. What the hell's an outlaw without a shotgun? Shotlaw. Shotgun. It's 4 points. It's a long range. What the hell is a long? I've never seen long as a range. I've seen double. Oh, it's probably just a long thing. Crew fire, so it's 360. It has no attack dice. See Special Rules 77. Okay. When attacking this weapon, roll 3d6 attack if the target is within short, 2d6 if it's within medium range, and 1d6 is within long. Okay, that's cool. That's 4 points, though. Okay, so now we're at 17. That leaves me with 10. I'm not going to give it armor. What's a pair of 5s? Chain guns? I'm not going to use chain guns for this thing. Oh, is he going to have a crew skill? Let's find out. This guy looks like this guy is. Let's go to badass. Let's go to badass for the crew skills. I really love doing this. This is a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun. Built's probably not bad either. All right, let's go to badass. Powder keg. It's an explosion thing. No. Crowd pleaser. Audience votes. No. Road warrior. Maybe. Once per activation, this vehicle successfully caused one or more hits on an enemy vehicle at any point during its activation. This vehicle may remove a single hazard token as the attack of its attack step. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's only 2 cans. That's going to leave me with 8. Which is a pair of 4s, which is a pair of heavy machine guns. Okay. Madman. Nah, he's not a madman. This guy's not a madman. Bullet time, already got one. What about Built? Bruiser. No, that's the blue bruiser. He's gonna have the bruiser skill. I think that's it. I think that's what we'll do. Road warrior. Road warrior, and then what's a 4-point gun? 2 heavy machine guns? Or are they 3s? I would really screw that up. Heavy machine guns are 3s. What the hell's 4? Flamethrower? No. Mortar? Nah. He's not a mortar guy. Okay. How much are grenades? Just regular, standard grenades. 1. All right, that's what it is. All right. So he's got heavy machine gun times 2. That's 8 points. I'm sorry, it's 6 points. Grenades times 2, which is really 10, is 2 points. And Road Warrior is 2 points. All right, make sure we're at 27. 18, 19, 23, 27. Silver Outlaw. All right, 2 heavy machine guns. I think we can use the two AKs side by side. I think that would look all right. And we're saving it for. We haven't decided what we're doing with the blue bruiser. Yeah, we could do better than that. Yeah. Oh, I need a use for these M60s. I'm gonna put two M60s on the roof. I don't have. They're huge. First of all, they're way oversized. This is a big car. It's got a big roof. And I've been looking for something to use it on. Now, I don't know how you're going to change the feet. Oh my God. They're reversed from each other. That is awesome. So the feed is on. Oh, that is great. So they could be side by side. Oh man. God be praised. All right. Let's clean these things up. This, this is a cool car. This is a cool freaking car. Yeah, so one has the box on one side, one has the box on the other. Wow. They put some thought into it, the guys that made this. They didn't just give you the same machine gun twice. They give you a mirror image of them. Now the boxes go. Let's see. The bullets. You want the bullets to fall to the outside. You don't want the bullets to pile up in the middle of the car. Gotta think, man. You gotta think. Okay? So the ammo boxes go to the inside. That way you spit out the bullets on both sides. Gotta think, man. Gotta think. Oh, happy day. Yeah, this car is a little, I feel like it's oversized. So we'll use guns that I feel are oversized too, and there won't be a disturbance in the force. So do we like that, or do we like... Well, other than the fact that they're pointing down, let's get a little piece of stickum. The stickum is good for all kinds of stuff. So pretty soon it's going to put my name. It's going to know I do Gasland stuff, huh? Or Blast Lands or whatever. Yeah. It takes somebody saying, "You're not playing the game the way it's intended." All right, fine. We'll call it Blast Lands. It's a better fucking name, anyways. Gaslands. Right. Put them all the way to the edge so the bullets can fly off. I like it on the roof better. Now, just for giggles, let's put it in the middle. It's no better. And then I gotta do damage here from the bullet thing. I don't want to do that shit. Nice. Superbus. Okay. Are we doing anything to this? I don't think so. I don't think we're doing anything with it. More and more, I'm fine leaving the window. It's like they got bulletproof windows. Just leave the windows as is. You know, when you clear coat it with the flat, it ends up shading it anyways. I'll probably paint the interior some. So that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to give the interior a dry brush, and then we'll glue it. We'll glue it together. We'll glue it back together. This should be a relatively quick one to do. I mean, the paint job on it that came with is like great. That's actually why I got it. And it can have its cousin be a vehicle like this. And I actually don't know if I picked this one up yesterday. I don't know if I already had it. Oops. You know, but another cool car. But I think I like the Torino better. Why did they stop making it? Now Ford makes all these cheesy limp dick cars. And how does this perform to like a Mustang? I bet the Mustang turns better. It's got better handling. That's just my guess. But this is a 70 Torino, and a 70 Mustang looks good too. I'm not a Mustang fan, but the 70 Mustangs look good. Those Boss Mustangs, they look nice and meaty. It's funny because you take a car like this, 1970, that was a while ago. I mean, I wasn't even thought of yet. Or maybe they was just starting to think of me. And it doesn't look that old of a car. It looks like a relatively modern car. But then the music from 1970 is definitely not modern. I mean, okay. In other words, the car looks more modern than, the music of that period. All right, we need to make us a little gray. Well, we're just gonna put black and put a little bit of white in and we're done. Because the interior of this car is definitely gonna be black. Black was a really common interior color anyways. And on a silver car, what other color would it be? You know? The attack of the creaky chair. This thing's gotta go. All right, let's get us a dry brushy brush. Yeah, this isn't really a dry brushy brush. We're gonna mess that thing up. And now if you catch a glimpse of something in there, it isn't like all like one color. some reason. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's wanting to bounce out. All right, we'll fix you. Time to fire up the glugona. Sounds like somebody's really unattractive. Uh-oh, here comes la glugona. Easy. Some big girl's always sticky. Glugona. All right, well that's firing up. I don't want that on the cardboard. I don't want this on this nice surface that I don't want to ever have to buy again, because these things are way too expensive. Let's go ahead and put the M60s and go ahead and primer them. I'm really impressed that both of the M60s are mirror images of each other. That's thoughtful. That's really thinking outside the box. I'm gonna have to send that guy a message. Switchyard Studios. Guy's got his head on right. I like that. Not enough people with their head on right these days. All right. You got to do some compromise. Like, well, is that really a heavy machine gun? It really should be like a 50 caliber. I'm like, well, this is what we got. This looks good. It's a machine gun that's of the vintage of the vehicle. It's a 1970s vehicle. I'm pretty sure they were using M60s in 1970. I'm certain of it. It is kind of sad though. You got a vehicle like this that's made at a time period where, you got some hotshot kid that's driving it, and the other kids are in freaking Vietnam getting killed. Like, that's kind of fucking sad, I know we know you're hot. We leave you alone. With any luck, I'll get this one done today and we'll spray all three of them. Won't take that much luck. It may be a time where I actually let people pick the vehicles, but the problem with it is that I don't want people constantly picking the same vehicle, because it breeds you just being comfortable and not trying to play in a different way. Now, I think my group could probably handle it, but there's some people that wouldn't be able to handle it. Like, I always play Space Marines. I don't play anything other than that. So, well, you know, what, you never play the Orcs or Eldar or anything? No, I only play the Space Marines. I'm like, okay, well, you might actually enjoy playing the other ones if you try to play it. If somebody forced you to play it. You know, it's not like, well, I don't want to. I don't have the time to build more than one faction. I said, well, I'm building everything. You just have to decide that you want to play it. You want to give it a shot. Anything else to paint black? I don't think so. All right. Let's see. This might be a wee bit of a challenge. Let's start in the back where it's incorrigible. Actually, the problem may be that when I pulled this out, it bent a little bit. Or not. All right, so we're going to put this to where it's all the way up against the top. Make sure we got a good fit there. And then we're going to splooge this in here. And we're going to hold this until it grabs. Which shouldn't take that long. Gonna get going later. There you go. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. Any hits on that Asian car? I bet I'm not gonna get any hits on it. It's just a make-believe thing. Now let's check how this is doing before I let go of it. Nope. Nope. We're still not completely cooled off. I know. Put it in the freezer. Well, you know. If I let go, I may end up having to epoxy this in place, which is all right. Or not. Okay. Go. Yeah, the poo truck. That's definitely going to be disgusting. That's the intent. Oh shit, this wasn't all the way in. Mother trucker. Hey, mother trucker. Like I said, if it gives me too much trouble, I just use epoxy. It's just nice being able to use this hot glue because it's immediate gratification. I'm going to have to take a little break. I mean, like 10 minutes or something, and get something to eat and make a cup of coffee. So I'm probably going to put the I'll be right back sign up, and I'll be right back. All right. Well, we're still not done eating, but we'll just we'll go with the flow here. What a great morning! It'll be so much. It's so much better than what tomorrow brings. Oh man, I dread work days. All right, this guy needs some black lining, so we're going to go ahead and do that. Oh, dark tone. There it is. Jeez. And we're done with this. It did settle down. What a great looking car. I still don't know how the hell they make this for $1. Actually, they make it for less. They sell it for $1. Oh wait, nope, it is all the way down. How many miles a gallon does something like this get? Probably terrible. 1970 Ford Torino gas mileage. I'm going to guess 14. Wow, 10 to 15 miles a gallon. There's cars that got 10 miles a gallon. That's horrible. The average fuel economy for all vehicles in 1970 was about 12 miles per gallon, indicating the Torino was in a similar range to other cars of its time. That's ridiculous. That's horrendously bad. That's horrendously bad. They must have had a huge gas tank. They had to have a huge gas tank. You wouldn't get very far. You'd have to fill it up every, 50 miles. Exaggerating, but, 100 miles. And I just hear people now, those cars were a crime against the earth. Whatever. So was your dad, if you'd ever met him. So that means the cars in the 50s were probably even worse, I would think. Well, maybe if they were performance cars. I gotta look that. I gotta look that up now. I can't just sit. I just can't sit here and be ignorant. I just can't sit here and be ignorant. 57 Chevy gas mileage per gallon. 7 to 8 when running. Holy shit. 57 to 10 to 18 with specific figures. Overall range. Good God, man, that's horrible. Well, I'm glad they did something about it. That's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. That's World War II Panther tank numbers. Begging to be done in red, Starsky and Hutch style. So that's an old show. I never watched it. I never watched it. And I looked at it the other day. I'm like, yeah, it's from like the night, like 1975 or something like that. I don't watch it. I wasn't watching a night show from 1975. That's way before my time. I don't think I remember it ever being on. What were they, detectives or something? One movie I've never seen. I've never seen Bullet, and Bullet supposedly is like the Three Musketeers of car chases. Like it's the one that all the car things come from. Like all the car stunts and everything are inspired by Bullet. Like all the sword fights are inspired by, well, all the sword fights are probably inspired by real sword fights, but the Three Musketeers movie from, the Errol Flynn one. I've never seen Bullet. I've actually never seen a Steve McQueen movie. I haven't avoided him. It's not like, that guy's the Antichrist. I'm not going to watch his movie. I'm just like, I've never seen a Steve McQueen movie, ever. So, so I've seen two more Denzel Washington movies than I've seen Steve McQueen movies. Starsky and Hutch. I guarantee that they make that car. Is that a Torino as well? That's that has a lot of striping on it. I think it's got a lot of white striping on it. You start doing all the movie cars. You start getting crazy. You start getting into the Dukes of Hazard and all the cops from the Dukes of Hazard and the tow truck from Dukes of Hazard and a freaking Knight Rider and the Riptide helicopter and the next thing you got nowhere to you got nowhere to you're all over the place. Starsky and Hutch. Is that a Torino? It looks different. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question for you people that are old enough. Were these guys considered cool at one time? Because you look at them and I'm like, who are these like high school dropout guys? Now, they make more money than I'll ever make in my life. Okay, but they're actors. I'm just saying that like the '70s. People say, "Oh, the music from the '70s is terrible." The music from the '70s isn't terrible. The cars from the '70s are better than the music from the '70s, which is better than the fashions from the '70s. The fashions from the '70s suck. Okay, by today's standards, they got too much hair. It just man, I don't know how you could. I don't know how a grown ass man, and you can do whatever you want, but can have hair that covers their ears. I would. Well, I don't hear well, so that would probably not be a good combination. That's usually the first reason I got to get haircuts. Like, man, I'm like ready for a haircut. And it's like I need to get the freaking hair off my ears. And my dad wasn't a commandant or anything like that where I'd have a buzz cut or something. It's just, man, I need to stay cool. Never watched Dark. Oh, I meant to see what years it was on. Like 75 and 81 or something like that, right? It got into the 80s, I think. Starsky and Hutch. Um, let's see. 75 to 79. Yeah, no, I'm not watching that. ABC show. Interesting. Interesting. I'd watch all that stuff if I could watch it while I'm doing this, but I can't. You know, I'm not opposed to watching any of that stuff. The problem is that like I can't do anything else while I'm watching it. And I'm just my personality is such that if there's a TV on, I'm watching it or it's not on. It's not like well, it's just in the background. Well, what kind of noise is that? Literally, like you're running interference for my thought process. So yeah, I can't. Even if it's something I've seen a bunch of times, like if I had a screen right here, and like, all right, well, I'm just play Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? While I'm doing this or whatever, I'd be like, I'd be like this, and the paint would be dry. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for my personality. So unfortunately, I can't sit there and watch that because now I'm kind of like thinking, I probably should watch all those old shows. Even if they're old, they got stuff. I don't know. There might be some value in them. At least give them a shot. I'm not into police shows. I remember when Miami Vice was on, I wasn't allowed to watch it because it was violence. So even though I was the right age to have enjoyed Miami Vice, I wasn't allowed to watch Miami Vice. I tried watching like 2 or 3 seasons of it, and a couple of years ago and just kind of lost interest in it. It wasn't terrible. It was just one thing that surprised me about Miami Vice is how New Yorky it was. Because like you go to Miami and Miami is, I mean, other than the chip on their shoulder those people have down there, it's not New York at all. Okay, but maybe it was different in the early '80s. But anyhow, it's extremely New Yorky. Like people talk like they're from New York, and I'm not just talking about the people that were in New York or transplants, but I watched 3 or 4 seasons of The Shield, and I probably should have kept watching it because I really liked that show. That was like you didn't know what was going to happen. It was pretty, and I liked it. And I don't know if this is typical of police dramas because I haven't seen police dramas really at all. I could almost say that I basically don't have never watched police dramas. I've seen such few of them, but because things are the way they are now and the way we watch them, that we can watch them in series. We can watch them like, okay, the first episode, the pilot, and then in order. In The Shield, they it's almost like a running story. And I don't know if that's consistent with other police dramas. If you were like to watch Hill Street Blues or something like that, is that typical? Or it's like, okay, we have this core of people and then we solve this crime and you can watch all the episodes in whatever order and it doesn't really matter, because nothing's going to happen to any of the protagonists. The crime's always going to be solved. It's going to be like basically a new crime at the beginning and at the end it's going to be solved, which is hokey. That's like a reason for me not to watch a show. It's like, okay, it's too predictable. It's like the coyote in Roadrunner. Like, okay, the coyote's not going to fucking win. So... Good morning, Justin. So maybe bigger in the UK. Starsky and Hutch is bigger in the UK? I don't think so. It's before my time. But I haven't really watched police drama, so I don't know. The Shield is the only one that I watched for a significant amount. And I watched it, after the show was over with. Probably 7 years ago or something like that. And when I was watching TV at lunchtime, basically. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it because it was corrupt. That was the enjoyment part. Like you didn't know what was going to happen. So I might have caught some episodes of Chips when I was a kid, right? I have a feeling it's not a very gritty show. But never been really one for police dramas. But I probably would find some value in watching them now. The old ones, But again, what am I going to do? Well, I can't clean my room. I can't do anything while I'm doing that other than just staring at the TV. Nobody I live with would watch it with me, so it's not like you're doing something together. Like, it's just not practical. It doesn't work for me, I read somewhere recently about police dramas in the last 2 weeks that they said that one of the most realistic depictions was Barney Miller. I don't know if that's true. Never seen Barney Miller. I think Barney Miller was one of those shows like MASH that I also didn't watch. That was, sometimes it was serious, sometimes it was funny, if I remember correctly. Maybe that was a thing from the 70s. Because there's not really any shows like that. Well, there's a couple episodes of Scrubs that are that way, but generally Scrubs is like, comedy all the time. I don't know if that's a 70s thing where it's like you go to watch a show, I'm like, man, I can't wait for a good laugh. It ends up being a serious episode. It's like, motherfucker, I didn't want that, I remember Chip's TV show as a kid. Yeah, I remember it was on. Dukes of Hazzard. I watched Dukes of Hazzard. It wasn't violent, so I wasn't allowed to watch violent shit. 18's awesome. How old's my daughter? 6 or 7 years ago, we started watching 18. 18 is great. Yeah, it's hokey as hell. The one-liners are awesome. There is some value in that, and we watched a couple seasons of it. But again, you got to stop. You got to put your entire life on hold to watch something on the boob tube. I'm like, I'd rather do shit, you know? I'd rather do shit. Training Day is a good movie about drugs task force corruption. Who's in that? Is that Denzel Washington's in it? Training Day. Why do I feel like that's a movie with Adam Sandler in it? That's not going to get me to watch it. Training Day. It's funny because Training Day doesn't sound like a cop movie. Let's see who's in Training Day. It is Denzel Washington. Okay, well, I probably should watch that because I can get a fourth Denzel Washington in me. And I like the guy. He's in, okay, him and Ethan Hawke. Okay. Mendez, right? Berenger, interesting. Snoop Dogg. I'm pretty sure he doesn't play a cop. Oh, man. Okay. All right. We're going to write this down on the. We're going to write this. We'll be on the lookout for this one. Okay, cool. Cool. I like Denzel. I just haven't seen him. Oh, I've seen him in three. Yeah, because he was in the second Gladiator, which he was miscast for that. Denzel's too likable. Denzel's is his persona. At least for me, I find him too likable to be a character that could be despicable. It's difficult to dislike his demeanor. I don't know. That's just me. Maybe other people dislike him. I just think he's very likable. You know. And there's people that are like that. They're like, man, you can't play somebody who's like turns into somebody that I'm not supposed to like because I like you, dude. You know. Yeah, I've only seen him in a couple movies. He just does movies that just don't appeal to me. You know, and I don't watch that many movies anyway. You know. How did I know it was a Denzel Washington movie? I've never seen it. Well, you end up catching like the covers of the movies, and like, yeah, I would have known. I've never known that was a cop movie. I thought it was like a sports movie, which I'm definitely not watching a sports movie. I'm not interested in seeing that. Oh, it's a great movie. It's about being a football coach. I don't give a shit about a football coach movie. I'm not watching that. Somebody else can watch that shit. Anyways, if that Starsky and Hutch car is a Torino, this is a much better looking Torino. This is a really good looking Torino. And so is that other one I got, because I got a new one. It's green. No, this has kind of the front for this Starsky and Hutch kind of front. Like a later, it's like a 74 or something like that. What is it? 70. Oh, this is a 72. Oh, it's a Gran Torino. Oh, okay. Oh, Gran Torino Sport. Excuse me. Yeah, but this is... See, these, you could tell they're not the right scale. If this is 1/64th, then this is like 1/60th. Or 1/62nd. It's a stupid game with toy cars. Who cares? Yeah, another one of these chrome interior things. Back's different. Back looks like a Chevelle. Yeah, this thing looks badass. This thing doesn't look bad, but this thing looks superb. And I'm surprised that they haven't, you know, they haven't they haven't remade stuff like this because the Challenger, not the Charger so much, but the Challenger, the modern Challenger. Other people may disagree with me. I think is a really attractive vehicle. It's retro done right. Now I don't really care how it looks like on the inside. I don't really know what it looks like on the inside, but the outside, the lines on it look great. Look great. Now there's a million different levels of it. Like I said yesterday, I picked up a Dodge Charger for the cops, and the Charger is a car that goes for retails from like probably you could probably get a base Charger for, well, I don't know what the prices are now post COVID because the world's upside down, but say around $30,000, all the way to like over 100 if you've got the one with the Hellcat engine and all that stuff. It's still the same body ish, you know. And the cheaper versions don't look as good as the other ones. I mean, you don't have the flare wheel wells and all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, the Challenger is the same way. They got 6 or 7 different levels of Challenger. I like the one that's got that little B on it. Whatever engine that's in it, 392 or something like that. It just looks cool. It's like a bee that's on crack. We Own the Night is just like Training Day. That's another good one. We Own the Night. Okay. It's an older one, isn't it? We Own the Night. See, Training Day, I'd probably talk my daughter into watching Training Day. As long as it's not 2007. Okay, who's in this? Okay. Oh, Wahlberg, the Mumbler. Mendez is in that as well. Okay. Joaquin. Okay. Overview. What is this? 1988, young police, all-out war on drugs, guilty and innocent might become casualties. Okay. Okay, cool. No, no, he didn't be online for this stuff. And any kind of these movies that have a lot of gunplay, I'm in. I like gunplay. You got a tea maker. Excellent. I love tea. I don't drink it. Coffee doesn't taste good. Coffee smells great. It wakes you the hell up. Works. But tea tastes good. Especially British black tea. British by way of India. Or is it China? Does tea come from China? I don't know. Anyways, that stuff's I like it. Like, it literally tastes good. But it stains your teeth more than coffee. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, but this is darker. Yeah, like, I don't like the John Wick movies, but the gunplay is second to none. Especially the first one. I don't like the John Wick movies because poor Keanu. I just don't think he just doesn't have he just doesn't do anything for me. I know he's a nice guy and all. Yep, I don't deny that. He doesn't appeal to me. He has no gravitas as far as I'm concerned. Now he did all the things. That's fine. He just doesn't. I'm still stuck in him being a surfer. It's gonna be harder for him to break out of that. Once you get into some kind of role, it's really difficult to kind of get out of that role. It'd be like if you got what's that guy's name? Oh shit, the guy from Fast and the Furious, Vin Diesel. If you got Vin Diesel playing a university professor, it's just not gonna fucking work. It's not gonna work for me, you know. What a sexy beast. There are Fords I like. They just don't make them anymore. So my wife hit upon it. She actually said it. She said, the problem to the Ford is their logo. And I agree. They need to update their logo. Their logo just is lame. It's lame. It's lame. They have a lame logo. Not saying they're the only ones that have a lame logo, but just that particular logo is lame. And you know they're never going to change it. It'd be like Coca-Cola changing. Like, we're not going to do Coca-Cola in cursive anymore. It's not going to work for them. Like, you got to stick with that. 999 is about cops robbing banks. Tons of gunplay in the movie. Okay, man, I got to write some stuff down, man. You're giving me some good suggestions. And I'll at least give it a shot. Okay, so we got Training Day. This thing is like sputtering. That's why I like using Sharpies. Sharpies either work or they don't. Not in between. We own the... Que mierda. What the hell's going on here? Ain't nobody got time for that. We own the night. Okay. I love gunplay movies. The Shield has a fair amount of gunplay, and he's got that, whatever that thing is that they don't make anymore. You know, Smith & Wesson used to make some pistols that are really attractive. And yes, there are some pistols that are attractive and some that aren't. And that one that he uses, whatever the hell it's called, I don't remember anymore. I used to remember what it was called. 586, or whatever the hell it was called. That 45 caliber semi-automatic thing. That's a great looking pistol. Only holds 8 rounds, but, you know. 999. Okay. 999. Who the hell's in 999? We always circle back to movies, don't we? Well, that's something everybody knows about. 999. 999 film. Who's in this? Woody, okay. Mackie. Aaron Paul. Oh, Norman Reedus. Wow, this cast's all over the place. Alright, what's the plot here? Overview. Bullets fly on Atlanta freeways. Armed thieves make their getaway following a bank robbery in broad daylight. Come on, it can't be better than Heat. Now, the problem that I have with Heat is I'm done with De Niro and the other guy and the other Italian guy. I'm done with them. They just it's just too much of the same thing. They turn everything New Yorky, and the world is not New York City. America is not New York City. You know, people don't talk like that. It's just not very believable. Pacino. I'm done with Pacino and De Niro. Done. Like, I've seen them enough. Yeah, it's time to move on to other people. I love movies with people that I don't know who they are. It's perfect. You know, give them a chance, you know. But Heat, the gun stuff in Heat is incredible. The rest of the movie's not very good. I don't like this whole idea that like one guy knows he's the cop and the other guy knows that he's the bank robber, but they're 3 feet away from each other, but they just go on like, well, you just have to catch me if you like. Just I'd be like, I know it's you, you're coming with me, kind of thing. End of the movie. Wouldn't make a good movie, but you know, it'd be more realistic. You know, what you doing? Always better with an Asian accent. The Departed is a good movie about cops working for La Nostra. I didn't know there was more than one Sicario movie. I did see Sicario recently for the first time. It was recommended by somebody, and I liked it. I really liked it. I really liked the ending. I like where like he took out those guys' kids. I'm like, yeah, that's what you do. That's what you do. Like, oh, hey, you can't shoot children. I'm just going to turn out to be just like their dad, who's a freaking criminal. Like, And it's a revenge plot. I'm like, I understand revenge. It makes sense to me. And I don't really like Benicio del Toro because I'm pretty convinced he doesn't speak Spanish. He just and he just he grunts and mumbles his way through Spanish because I can't understand a single thing he says in Spanish. Heat's all about the moving undercover and fire and suppressive. I mean that movie is great. That movie's great for that. That movie's great for that. Um, did I hear there was a sequel to it? Oh, they're making a sequel to it? I think I heard they were making a sequel to it. I'm like, how's that gonna work? And the funny thing is I watched it and I forgot of the details. I forgot that Kilmer's character survived. But apparently the sequel involves Kilmer's character. I was like, I guess somebody else is gonna play him or they're gonna CGI him or something, you know? Yeah, no, Heat's a good movie. I just don't like that whole, they treat you like you're 7 years old kind of crap. I don't like the movie like, somebody's looking for somebody, somebody else is looking for them, and they're this close, like they're looking that way, they cross paths. Just that ironic 7-year old bullshit doesn't work for me anymore. Natalie Portman's in Heat? Oh, she must have been a kid. Yeah, so many people in this movie are dead. Yeah, Heat was a good movie. I just didn't like that whole, thing with the restaurant. I'm gonna talk to you, and yeah, just that kind of stuff. Just hokey, not believable. I did not know there was more than one Sakara movie. I was not aware of that. I actually liked it. I liked it, and I liked Narcos Mexico. The first Narcos, that guy just if that guy was represented correctly, I'm like, it's like he's just not very believable. That guy, that guy that's running a whole operation. It's some goofy looking dude like that. There's a lot of lines in this thing. A lot of lines, and it just depends on the car. That Bentley didn't have hardly any. This one's got a bunch. Okay, now I've got to go look at a '70 Torino and see where taillights are on it, because I can't make heads or tails out of that. Nineteen seventy. 1970. Right? It is a 70? Yes. Ford, Torino, silver, rear. Two different backs. So it looks like it's all one tail light, except it's a little lighter in the middle. Well, hold on a second. This one's split. You got one that's completely all the way across, that's kind of what this is depicted. Doesn't really have a grill. And then this one is split. This rear thing all supposed to be black. Damn, that's a good looking car. Yeah, looks like it. The louvers. All right, we'll paint the louvers. We will paint the louver. And we're going to paint, this is all one light. So we're going to start off having okay. Yeah, I couldn't afford the gas on something like this. Even if you gave the car to me for free. 12 miles a gallon, that's horrendous. I had a car that was 17, and it was brutal. And that's 17 in the city. It was better than that on the highway, but that's just brutal. Well, gas was only 17 cents a gallon, but it's still more money than it is now. Okay. Yeah, believe it or not, it doesn't look as good. It looked better when it was like the metal color. Still looks good, just not as good. All right. Like both versions of Heat, TV, movie, and future film. You never use Model Master paint, and what is your thoughts? And if you do use it, what do you do to make it flow better? So, when Model Master first came out, I really liked it. I don't use enamel paints. I have used Model Master paint. Model Master paint, of all the enamel paints I've ever used, is the best one. And I don't use it because they discontinued it. They discontinued their I used to prime everything with the black acryl. So it was their acrylic. I want water cleanup. I want to clean my brushes with water. That's it. I don't give a shit about what the paint is. My brushes need to clean with water. It needs to flow well. The model acryl thinned with water is just great, and I use that to prime all of my figures. I'd say probably half of my DBA armies have black acryl as the paint color brushed on for the primer. I liked it, and they discontinued it. The only thing I disliked about it was the lid. You know, that whole glass bottle with a crimped aluminum lid with the little cardboard thing like this. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. You get paint in between this and the thing. It comes out, you know, it's a combination of it. It doesn't unscrew easy, and it also doesn't seal up well. It's like a double whammy. And it's like you never use all the paint up. It's like you're going to end up like a third of the bottle is just going to go, a third to half of the bottle is going to dry out on you, in my opinion. But Rust-Oleum stopped making it. You know, Rust-Oleum bought testers, I don't know however many years ago it was, 8, something like that, and discontinued all of the Model Master stuff that I used. Now, they may still make some Model Master stuff, but, you know, I don't, that's why I don't use them. You know, I like their products. You know, I felt like that acryl was great for primer because it stuck well to the miniature, and it flowed well with water, and I thought it was a stronger finish to paint on top of than any of these other primers, than Vallejo or anything. So I stopped using it because they stopped making it. I got an airbrush because Model Master stopped making their products. I used to use the clear spray, and you know, it started off being $2.99, $3.99, $4.99, $5.99, $6.99. Like, they got discontinued. You know, I would use those little cans, and the quality of the spray that was in the can was excellent. The Model Master sprays are excellent. They just stopped making them. Rust-Oleum bought them. Like, we're not going to make these anymore. Like, they make all the cheap shit testers crap that isn't worth a damn. Like, we don't want that. You know? Almost like, hey, we'll buy this company, and they're kind of competing with us, so let's make them go to shit so that people will buy Rust-Oleum stuff and not testers things. But I was a fan. I was a fan of Model Master. And I even used Model Master enamel black to prime with, because that flowed. This stuff flows great. This Vallejo primer, you put this on a brush, it goes everywhere. It behaves the same way Model Master enamel behaves. You get no bubbles. It flows everywhere well. It's just not hardy. It's not hardy like Model Master acrylic. Now, the problem with Model Master enamel, the problem with enamel paints is that if you're priming with enamel, you're painting with acrylic, and you're sealing with enamel, sometimes the top and the bottom layer can reactivate with each other. If you don't paint the acrylic thick enough, which I'm guilty of that. I don't paint super thick. You know, you don't get a good flow that way, and you cover up details. So I have had situations where the primer and the clear coat have affected each other and fucked up what I did. Now, luckily, it wasn't on figures. It was on some terrain that I did. I had some clear sheets of plexiglass that I had cut out to be a coast for a literal landing army. So I had sprayed it in black, you know, to prime it. And then I used these type of craft paints to paint the water on it. and it looked awesome. I mean, it looked like this is my first attempt of doing this, and it's like it looked. I'm so happy with how it turned out. All right, well, we got to protect it. Let's do the clear coat, and because this stuff isn't very thick to begin with, the top and the bottom layer reacted with each other, and the whole thing crinkled. Like all the paint like was like crinkled and looked like a 170-year-old woman's face. Why does that be a woman? Because guys don't live that long. Okay, so 170-year-old woman's face was all crackled and stuff like that, and it was ruined. And that's when I realized I probably shouldn't be using enamels because they can reactivate. Acrylics aren't going to reactivate with each other. Like once the acrylic is down, it's down. The only way you're gonna bring it back to life or move it is use hand sanitizer or alcohol or something like that. But just a clear coat on top of acrylic isn't going to touch it. Like it's done, it's set, it's done its thing. You can get it off, but you can't somewhat reactivate it. So I was perfectly happy using Model Master for many years, and they did it to themselves. The same reason I don't use this product anymore. The same reason I don't use Liquitex Professional resin sand. They stopped making it. Oh, it's not a sustainable material. These beads come from that whatever. Okay, so don't make the product. I can't buy your product if you don't make it, and that's why I shifted to Vallejo. Not because I dislike that, but because they stopped doing it. The only Testors product I use, and I haven't been using it lately, is on my figures. I like using this dull coat top coat. It works as a really good hard finish, but it's got to be a metal figure because you don't want to put this on a plastic figure that bends and then this stuff crackles off. But this works really well. But if I don't do metal figures, I'm not using this stuff. And again, you gotta tread carefully with that because it's really thick, and that's not the problem. You lay it on and it starts drying. And if you brush it again after it's drying, it gets sticky and it'll pull any paint that's underneath it off. So you got to be careful with that. You got to put it on, okay, leave it till it's dry. You want to put a second coat on it? That's cool. And wait till it's completely dry to put another second coat. It doesn't take that long to dry, but that's the kind of issues I have had. I've never gone out to the garage, sprayed something, and all of a sudden it turned white. I know the people, it's the humidity. It's bullshit is what it is because it's never happened to me. And I don't know many people that live in a more humid environment than I do. Maybe somebody in the Philippines or something like that. Somebody in a cave in Ecuador that's right on the fucking equator, right? That's really wet. But I've been in the old house in the garage. The garage has been open because you don't want to spray in an enclosed environment. And I've taken those little Model Master cans. Actually, my video on how I seal my figures, which is not accurate because I don't do that anymore. It was raining outside the day that I filmed that, and it didn't get fucked up. So I think the frosting comes in with. You have a spray can, and I'm not a scientist, but I'm just trying to put 2 and 2 together, and I'm getting 4. You have a can of spray that you keep here in this house at this temperature, say 70 degrees, right? And then you're going to go, not spray in here, you're going to go to the garage, which is 102. And so you take this can, you go out there and you spray it, and the temperature difference of this liquid that is being misted that's also changing temperature at the same time is what the problem is. So, and the reason why I know that is because I'm lazy. So I always would keep my spray cans out in the garage. So my spray cans are always at the temperature they're being sprayed in. So if it's 102 degrees, the can's at 102 degrees. Right? It's not changing. It's like when you walk outside with your fucking glasses, right? And your glasses fog up. That's not happening to me. Because I'm keeping it at the same. Now, it wasn't intentional. I didn't okay, this could happen, so we need to better keep the cans out there. It's just, I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together, and I'm getting 4. And I've said that to people who don't want to listen to me. Oh, it's because it's too much humidity. I'm telling you, I have sprayed in 98% humidity with it raining fucking outside and it wasn't an issue. But the thing is the can was in the garage already. The can's already in the environment of where I'm going to be spraying in. So when it comes out, it doesn't change temperature. It's not condensing. Again, I was perfectly happy with the cans. They stopped making those Model Master cans that were great. I'm like, all right, well, I got to find something else. So you go to Krylon or any of those things, you go to Walmart or whatever. Like, all right, cool. Well, my can that cost $7 like this, now for $7, I can get a can that's this big. The problem is the quality control on that can is so poor that you can't use more than a third of it without it jamming. Oh, well, you got to hold it out and spray. I did that. It's garbage quality. Everything Model Master made, other than that design for that little insert here that goes underneath the cap, was quality. Everything, all their spray cans were excellent. I was able to use every little bit of it. Never had any bad spray, none of that. Krylon and all the other brands, just trash. Just absolute trash. And Model Master spray has a certain smell, or used to have a certain smell. You know, it's not a smell you want to be in a freaking closet with, but it's not an unpleasant smell, right? Like, it's the smell of a spray can, right? It's not really that unpleasant. It's like, hand sanitizer. You don't want to be in a whole room that smells like hand sanitizer all the time, but the smell isn't horrible. The new cans have a new propellant or whatever that just smells like I'm going to fucking die. Even with it open, even with it being ventilated, with blowing the air, it just smells horrible, like toxic horrible. Like, that's why I got an airbrush, to get away from that. So, because Rust-Oleum bought testers, I got an airbrush. That's my story. But I really like their products. Now, their paints, kind of limited. I don't do cars, so, they don't have a big selection for military models. But I like them for priming, and I like them just for sealing. But they shot their own foot off. They cut their own foot off, and and that's that. It's a shame, but that's corporations for you. And it's and the part that really bugs me isn't that Rust-Oleum bought testers and just destroyed the company and just said, we don't want the tester's name anymore. We're selling it out or whatever, so it's gone. Okay, fair enough. Still don't agree with it? Right. But they still make this piece of shit, trash little cans that aren't worth pouring on somebody that you don't like. I mean, they're absolutely horrendously bad. But the Model Master stuff was great. Now, notice, I don't have any Model Master stuff left. Why? Because it didn't last. Because that design of the lid, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It didn't work on polyester with the Flowquil polyester stuff, which were the first acrylics I ever used. Same thing, hard. You got a hard glass container, and you've got a crimped Italian. You got a crimped aluminum lid, and then you got that little liner that's made out of like this. That is good for like one time, and the next thing you know, it seeps in behind it, and it doesn't fit. It's a bad design. But the paint itself was good. Your garage is 38 degrees, and I've never had a problem spraying. Have I sprayed under freezing? Probably not, because it doesn't get under freezing. But I've sprayed in the 40s, no problem. No problem. Just keep your can the same temperature you spray in. And so many people have had I keep having this problem. I said, you're doing something wrong. I mean, it's never happened to me. Ever. Maybe they're spraying too thick. Maybe they're spraying too close. Maybe they're spraying too far away. I don't know. I've never thought about it. Just kind of done it normal. Never had an issue with it. Never had a problem with it. Okay, Torino. All right, so we're going to have, I'm pretty sure the bottom of this is chrome. Oh, how are we doing on these guns? M60's in the house. Yeah, I'm gonna write this guy. I said, man, I'm really impressed with what you did. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, the machine guns, how you have them facing mirror image from each other. Nobody else would have done that. Nobody else would have had done, and and it might be one of those things where, oh, you can't make a M60 fire backwards, switch sides, because that's kind of unusual. When I was looking at, not that I was going to get one, when I was looking at rifles, there's a couple of rifles. I don't remember what the hell it's called anymore. It's the one Beretta used to make. Well, they still make it. It's a 5.56. It's a 5.56. Is it bullpup? I think it's bullpup. I think it's a 5.56 bullpup. Whatever their modern looking one. And it actually has a thing where you can actually change which way the bullets spit out. But it's not fed from one side. It's magazine fed from the bottom. It's a traditional AR feed, but you could select which way. So for left or right-handed. So if you're for one of those left-handed people, you don't have the bullets hitting you in the face, kind of thing, But I don't know if you can do that with an M60, but these guys were able to do it. Just made a mirror image of it. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we want the bullets going to the outside. We don't want a pile of bullets here in the center of the car where they're sloshing around. So this one's these boxes need to go towards the inside. See, you got to think about that kind of stuff, You got to be a gun guy. If you're gonna put guns on things, you got to be a gun guy. I still get some shit wrong, but let's get some things right. Like, how are they going to change those magazines? I have no idea. You're going to have to stop. But it's a game, man. That's taking it too far. All right, I'm going to have to use the slow super glue because I want some time to work on this thing. I don't want to I'll be off like a little bit. Like, no, I gotta fix that. So we're going to use the green, which I didn't know about the green super glue at all until I watched one of these 3D printing guys. This is what he uses to put it together. But it's called repositionable gel. The only place I've found that has it is Walmart. And it costs more than the regular one. But you do have probably a minute to position it, which is plenty of time. So let's make sure that this fits flush. It does. Okay, so we're going to put a little dot here and a little dot here. Okay, and likewise we'll do the same thing on the other one. And that way the bullets can spit out. The brass can spit out. The bullets need to spit out the front end or you're doing it wrong. The brass, the casings, spit out the side. And they're curved a little bit, but the roof is curved a little bit. I mean, they're off a little bit, but that's fine. They're both the same way. Okay. Pair of 60s on the roof. They're going to be heavy machine guns for this in this world. We still have this on the rear here. Yeah, it's definitely chrome. Okay. That means it's a job for mithril silver. Mithril silver is my chrome color. The closest to chrome. That's a beautiful silver color. Yeah, I didn't ask for Games Workshop to change their formula. These paints and these are. I forget I even have other metallic colors. I go straight to these. The Games Workshop metallics. Okay. Now we can do the taillights now. Let's use this one. So I hope that answered your Model Master question, but I'm very familiar with them, and that's I don't ask for companies to stop making stuff that I enjoy. So it looks like the center is actually a lighter color than the outside. That's very odd. I would have never expected that. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we will paint accordingly. So you're in my way, dude. You're on my right hand side of me. You need to get up. You need to get up off my right hand side. I'm extremely right hand dominant. All right, let's paint all of this in this color. And this is probably the color that I'm going to leave as a base color for the lights on the side that isn't, that's darker. Okay, so the center, what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to add more red to it. Or maybe this is the color that I'll leave it at. Well, regardless, we're going to go from about here to there. And I'm going to put a little bit of a gap. And I'm going to paint that. I'm going to come over here, do the same thing. Leaving a little bit of a gap. All right, now this one that's the darker color that's already here, I'm going to add a little bit of white to highlight it a little bit. We're going to do the edges and one up through the middle. Halfway up the middle. Okay, now we're going to resume. We're going to resume where we were, which was here with a little bit of red. And we're going to add a little bit more red. And then just do the middle portion. God, this chair needs a spanking. And I think that's where we're going to leave it. So the active taillights are actually, when they're not on, darker than when where there isn't a taillight. Kind of odd that way, but All right, we need a chrome bumper back there. Well, we're not going to start with chrome. We're going to work our way up. So we're going to do Iron Warriors first. I answered it. Okay. Yeah, I was. It's disappointing that they do like that. But you know, corporations make dumb fucking decisions all the damn time. You know, I dislike when things get discontinued because it gives the consumer less options. I'm all about having the consumer getting options. You know, when I went, I need to do a cleanup. This is getting out of hand. So we're gonna remove this. Okay, I'm gonna come over to this and see if we can remove all this stuff here that's clogging this. Again, this is not a great design of these tops. It's not horrible, but yeah, when I went back to the dealership to talk to the guy, see about looking at what our options were to renew our leases after COVID, and now they have nothing in the dealership. They have no inventory. It was like their excuse. COVID was their excuse to It's like the Great Reset. People talk about a Great Reset. Yeah, COVID was a Great Reset. Stores that were open 24 hours now aren't open 24 hours anymore. You know, all kinds of other BS all caused through that. And this guy, this dealership that used to have constantly, I don't know, 100 cars in stock, now had like 10. And the sales guy, which I recognized from last year because we do leases, so every 3 years you see him, he was still there. He was like, "Oh, I like how it is now," because you know now it's now there's less inventory and stuff like that. And I looked at him. It took me everything in my power not to tell him to go fuck himself right there in his front of his face, because like you're a consumer too. We are all consumers. Everyone. I don't care if you work at the company that makes munitions. When it's time for you to buy munitions, you're a consumer. It doesn't matter what it is. Everybody is a consumer, and to say that you enjoy fucking us all is I take it personal. So, regardless, we did not go back and get a third lease on a Toyota. So that dealership went downhill fast. Was not consumer friendly. I'm not going to worry about the license plate right this second. So everybody's out of stock on everything, constantly. Shelves empty. If you got empty shelves, get rid of the shelf. Put something else in. We basically don't go out to eat anymore. Like, the food just frequently sucks. And it costs 30% more, and it frequently sucks. Like, no reason to go out. Whereas before, it rarely sucked. Okay, it might be a couple of blinkers down here. I'll have to look into that. I don't think I'm going to do anything in the middle. I think we're going to go right up to mithril. I do have some of this stuff for the M60 that could use it. I better look at find exactly where the shine is on an M60. Why hasn't the state finished road work on County Road 484? Because they fucking move at the snail's pace. Okay, M60 machine gun images. No, not M69, M60 machine gun. Okay, so only the butt plate and the handle underneath it are not going to be shiny. Got it. Okay. That's the way I'm going to represent it. There's a lot of people like paint machine guns in grays. I can't do it. I like it when I see other people do it, but I haven't mastered it yet. I don't really feel the need to master it. I'm happy with the way mine are turning out. I just didn't want to make this handle part like shiny like that, and then find out that I would have rather not done it that way. Be my girlfriend, haven't gone eaten here. Yeah, you're not missing anything. So you don't disagree with what I'm saying. Was that the same case before, or is it, I mean, because there's some people that just never ate out, right? And that's fine, But if you're gonna go through all that trouble and expense and tip somebody, it better be a good experience. If it's not, why are we even doing that? I couldn't tell you the last time I went out to eat, and I don't miss it. All right, now we can get mithril silver. Yeah, there's all kinds of goop around here. I'm actually not a fan of the way chrome looks on a model because it's very hard to focus on what exactly is happening. The shine's running a lot of interference on your eyes. almost to the point here where you can add the weathering to it. Wheels don't turn. So that way of gluing the wheels down is working really well. Pull it out as far as you can, squirt some in there, push it back in, do the same thing on the other side. Yeah, let me show you the tail lights. The food restaurant doesn't seem to be the same since COVID. It isn't. It isn't. Everybody took shortcuts. And there's nothing worse than somebody knowing we know how to do it right, but we choose not to. Like you went up in prices and the food quality is worse. Like that's the wrong thing. That's like when Agrax Earthshade. It went from this size. It went from the big size, because I don't have it anymore. It was a larger, yeah, here it is. It went from this size at $4.99 to this size at $6.99, and it was worse quality. Like, wrong. That's the wrong kind of reinforcement. That's like, you didn't do a good job. We're going to give you a spanking. That's the wrong kind of reinforcement for most people. All right. Chocolate brown. And after we're done with this guy, we're going to stop because we got to go seal. So I am a limp-fisted fucker today. I am a limp-fisted fucker. That could have been bad. Which is the one of these that we were using? Was it this one? I think it was this one. Yeah. Yeah, something happened. Something happened with the food. It's just, and to pay more for it to be shitty is the wrong. I'm telling you, we'd go out to eat 10 times. Not even 1 time out of 10 would be a bad experience. I mean, you'd have a bad experience. 1 out of 30 or something like that, right? If a place sucks, you don't go back there. I'm talking about places that things always work well. Now, that's where it's 50-50. And it's more expensive. Like, fuck going out to eat, Fucking COVID. The COVID excuse. All right, chocolate brown. I specifically did not paint the wheels. You're the one that has a CRV? You have a CRV, right? Those little cars have gotten bigger. I mean, there's some cars that are like, it used to be like really, really small, and like they've like gotten like, they've expanded their size. Like the Nissan Rogue is one I can think of. I've rented a Nissan Rogue before. It's like supposed to be like the beginner size, and it's actually got quite a bit of space. It's something like a Pathfinder is not that much bigger than it, other than the price point of it. But I'm renting it, so I get the CRV and the RAV4 mixed up. We got some headlamps down there. We gotta take care of. I don't want this too dirty. This guy's got some pride in there. Like a vigilante type dude. The wheels still turn, but they don't turn much. Okay. Now we do the mid shade, which is US Field Drab. And the finisher is Iraqi sand. Hold on to it tight. You don't want the black striping just looking like black, like not dirty at all. You have a little bit of scuffing on it. Black picks up dust like a mofo. I like a black car, but man, it's a lot of freaking work. And it's even worse than that. Any scratch, any ding or something like that, you can see it from a mile away. This, oh, let me find out about the front of it. I think it's gonna be orange. $1970. All these, like, they'll show me a car. It's like that's not the right year. Yeah, it's gonna be orange. A little bit down there. Let's fire up the Gates Workshop orange Honda CRV 2023 all-wheel drive. Yeah, those are. I heard one time that I said I don't have a Honda, but my daughter has a Honda. I heard one time that somebody said that the only reason Honda is in the car business is so they can sell their engines because they're like basically the most reliable engine. Period. But I would argue that any Japanese engine Well, maybe not Isuzu. And Nissan's really dropped in quality the last couple decades. But I'd say Japanese engines are like, it's gonna outlast you. You're gonna want to get rid of the car before you have an engine problem on a Japanese engine. If you do, proper maintenance, which you should be doing anyways. You know, you're basically never gonna have a problem with an engine. You might have a problem with anything else. When my Nissan, the problem I always had was the air conditionings. Air conditioning just would stop working, and they were not fixable. They were just a pain in the ass problems. Again, car would run fine, just no air conditioning. The Toyotas I've had, the air conditioning will freeze your nuts off, which is a good problem to have. Okay, air conditionings work great. Just the Toyotas we had, in my opinion, were underpowered. The engine was dumbed down. So, and I'm all about 0 to 60 because you use that all the time, constantly. Okay. We have Subarus. We have the we have the two non-lesbian Subaru versions. I have a WRX 2021, and she has a 2024. I think it's a 2024 Legacy Sport, both in silver. I brought her on to Team Silver. I love a silver car. It just, I like it. It works. It works. And they both have turbos, and it makes a difference. It makes a huge freaking difference. And my car's tiny. My car is like the size of a Corolla ish. It's not. It's bigger than a Corolla, but it feels like it's a Corolla thing. But it's like I got almost 300 horses. Like, it's insane. People go, oh, that's not a very fast car. I'm like, okay, well, maybe you're used to riding a rocket, okay? But I'm just saying, as my daily, the thing is all-wheel drive. Once you go all-wheel drive, and both cars are all-wheel drive, once you go all-wheel drive, it's hard to go back from all-wheel drive. All-wheel drive is phenomenally awesome. To be able to take a 90-degree turn, basically, at 40 miles an hour without even skipping a beat. At least 40 miles an hour, maybe even 45. Like, just hold. If you need to. I don't drive that way, but only thing I like about my car is it doesn't look as fast as it is. But whatever, it's just a car. But yeah, I actually wanted one of those GR86s, but they just, which is basically about the same price point, but after COVID, it's like, oh yeah, well, they're not $800 payments. Well, I'm not paying $800 fucking dollars. I'm not paying. I'm not going from like $400 payment to $800 payments, just because that's what things are now. That things weren't that way. Like oh, well, I'm just gonna keep my car then. Fuck you. I'm not paying. Well, that's how much things go for. So just because that's what things go for, it means I'm not gonna pay for them. That's like mortgage money. It's not, but No, that's the other thing. Attitude. People just like, well, that's just what things cost now. We'll have to pay it. Softo. Hey, I didn't get my mind erased when COVID came by, right? I remember how things used to be. So, unless you're going to hit me with that Will Smith red pen that wipes my brain, I'm still going to remember that shit. So, And people will say, "Oh, I get on my WRX forums." The problem is these guys they have these unreliable cars because they try to get 500 horsepower out of a car that already does basically 300. It's 269 or something, like 272, something like that. 300 horses. Like, oh, we can get 500 horses. You want to get 500 horses out of a four-cylinder engine? Go buy another car. Like that's like you're gonna blow up the fucking engine. It's not for that. It's like we can go to the moon on this jetliner. I'm like, it's not made for that. You know. Maybe are you using daddy's money or something like that that you're not worried about it? Like you gotta keep your car in functioning order. You gotta go to work and shit like that. Yeah, this product is so good. These washes are so freaking good. They cut with water so well, and can just do little. You could just do little subtle little drippings. I'm totally impressed with these things. Do you park the lesbian cars in the garage at the same time? We can. No, we're the non-lesbian cars. Well, I mean, I haven't asked the cars. They might both identify as lesbians, but they can. No, mine's in. Mine's in. And we have a problem with a mockingbird. We got mockingbirds that like to like jump on the car, look at themselves in the rear in the side mirror and shit all over the car. They're just mockingbirds are dicks. You know, mockingbirds are dicks. I don't know if you guys have them up there in Michigan, but man, this thing's almost done. This thing is, it's going to be one of my favorite. I say that, but they all turn out to be my favorites. I still think Mr. Green Screen is my favorite, just because it's green. It just, it's super super cool that way. Now I do need to take some. Oh, that's the primer. You come over here to do the black, and add a little bit of white to it. If I can bring it back alive, I'm gonna necromancy here. If we can, there we go. Just a little bit, and highlight the M60. Yeah, they'll both fit in the garage, but we got stuff in the garage now. They don't both fit right now. Our garage, we can park a plane in it, height wise. It's extremely tall. It's like 16 feet or some shit like that. It's ridiculous. Height wise. All right, we need two ammo cans. I'm going to go with traditional green, military green. Or maybe olive brown. Olive brown will probably work. Like this Vietnam green. But there's stuff I've done to my car that I would have never done if I wasn't for YouTube. You know, like my car didn't come with fog lights, so I put fog lights on it. Bought the fog light kit. I switched out the horn, which is major pain in the ass to do, but and spray painted the horn. Took it apart and spray painted it. So it matches. It's not fucking red, you know. What else? Disabled automatic running lights. I absolutely hate automatic running lights. They look stupid, running lights all the time. Just little shit like that. Nothing like, major, but it's like, I don't change my own oil because it's like, where would you dump that? It's a pain in the ass. You know, but I don't have them change the air filter. Like, I'll buy my own air filter on Amazon and change it. I'd change my own oil if I had a lift. You know? I could change my own oil if I had to, but especially now, you can buy whatever you need online and get it basically immediately. And I'm not exactly mechanically inclined, but I can follow directions. I can find shit on YouTube. I can find the right answer on the internet and figure it out. I use deductive reasoning to figure out what I'm supposed to do. So better than most people. But that's not saying a whole lot. So, all that, and I still didn't do what I set out to do. Damn it, man. I don't think I did. No, I'm going to put a little bit of this brown wash around the bottom here. Okay. I think we're good with, what do we call this thing? Silver Outlaw. Yeah, it's dusty enough to be an outlaw. Yeah, it just needs the spray deal on it. So we got the silver outlaw done. We got the outlaw done. We got shift burn done. We got Hayabusa done. So yeah. 3 cars done since the game yesterday. That's fucking insane. And I don't feel like I'm really rushing. So, that's good. Alright, folks. Yeah, we got some other silver cars to do, including this 49 Mercury. It's just really, really a cool car. I don't really like cars of that vintage, but a 49 Mercury always looks really good. Until it's like you gotta try to get out through the windows. Like, your car's stuck and you gotta get out through that front window, like the side window, like you're not getting out through that. You gotta be like anorexic. You gotta be like an anorexic paper man or something, So, yeah, so these guys will get sealed next, and we'll post pictures of them, and yeah, we'll go from there. We'll catch you guys on the next one. See you later, folks. Bye-bye.